Yeah.
It'll be okay. I'm glad to have the count. So it looks like when people head out, we'll probably lose the quorum.
Actually, she leaves. You'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're not gonna have it all. That's counting on Doug.
Yeah.
Provided the key right now is Bob.
It'll be okay. Yeah, we'll just, in that case, then, of course, we'll just make the announcement that they'll be heard at the next
Should we
following.
make an announcement ahead of time?
I think it makes sense to do that, to give everyone a heads up. I don't think it'll alarm anybody.
Okay. Yeah. Want me to make that announcement or?
Yeah. You want, I'm happy to do it if you want me to.
I mean, I can. Just say
Yeah.
we may not have a quorum, but at 3:30, we have
That's how I would do it. I say several members of the planning commission have indicated they've got to leave at 3:30. If we get to that point, we may not have a quorum, and the cases would get deferred to the next meeting.
It worked. I'm sorry, we have a limit on paper. We-
You put in the recycle. I have a site plan for application.
Okay, Bob's there. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I just looked at the clock. Some of us is running late. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to May 14th, 2026 Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting. Before we get started, I got a couple announcements that I want to make. Several of the Planning Commission members are going to have to be leaving at 3:30. And there's a possibility that we may not have a balanced quorum after that. If that is the case, then all the cases that we haven't heard that we need to hear will be deferred until the next Metropolitan Planning Commission, which I believe is the 28th, would be the 28th at 1:30, just to give everybody a heads up. Also, if anyone has any cell phones, electronic devices, please put them on mute, manner mode, or shut them off. It'd be very much appreciated. This time we will do our opening announcements.
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those in attendance, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure, and Planning Department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representatives to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. All speakers at the podium, please remove your face mask before speaking into the microphone. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the commission and the board will be retained by the secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on all the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to the district court.
And Director Waito, would you please do our roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Aldridge.
Here.
Zimbelman. Here. Fry. Present. Mader. Here. McKay. Here. Dool. Here. Bill Johnson is absent. High. Present. Klontz. Here. Warren. Here. Joe Johnson.
Here.
Austin. Here. Williams Bay. Here. And there's one vacant seat. Sir, I show that 12 members are present.
And thank you, sir. The next item, we're going to approve the prior MAPC meeting minutes for April the 9th. And I'm showing that Commissioner Fry was absent. Yes, Commissioner Fry?
Yes, sir. I will have to abstain because of my absence, but more importantly, on page 26, on item 3.6, the vacation, it shows I made the motion to approve. I was not there.
That takes talent.
So I imagine it was probably Mr. High, and it was just a typo, but I want the record to be reflected.
With that change, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion for approval by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Williams Bay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The next agenda item is approval of the minutes for April 23rd. That has been deferred to May 28th. Next, what we will do, be going through the agenda to determine on what items can be taken on consent. Excuse me. You'll have to. First item will be the subdivision items. 2.1, subdivision 2026-0008 Via Christi West Campus Edition. Is there anyone on the commission would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we can move that item to consent. Next item is subdivision 2026-00010. That's a one-set final plat of Golden View Estates in the county. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we can move 2.2 to the consent. Next agenda item is 2.3 subdivision 2026-00018, which has been deferred from April 23rd, one set final plat. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 2.3 to consent. Next item is 2.4, subdivision 2025-00065. It's a final plat, Cabaz Edition, if I pronounce that right, in the city. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 2.4 to the consent agenda. Next item, 2.5, which is subdivision 2026-00021, one set final plat, post addition. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 2.5 to consent. Next agenda item, 2.6, which is subdivision 2026-00022, one set final plat, Rivington Edition. Is there anyone from the planning commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience? We have one, agent applicant. Okay. We will hear 2.6. The next item on the agenda, 2.7, which is subdivision 2026-00023, one set final plat, Deerview Estates. Is there anyone from the planning commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? We have someone who would like to hear this case. We will be hearing 2.7. Next agenda item, 2.8, subdivision 2026-00024, one set final plat in the Custos Familia. Is there anyone from the planning commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 2.8 to consent. I move to approve agenda items 2.1, 2.2, 2.3.
2.4, 2.5, and 2.8.
Commissioner Warren moved for approval of the consent items listed and seconded by Commissioner McKay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. The next item, we will move to the vacation, public hearing section of the vacation items. The first item is 3.1, vacation 2026-00013. This was deferred from 4/23, and this has also been deferred till June the 11th. So if anybody's here to hear this particular case, it has been deferred to June the 11th. The next item on the agenda is 3.2, vacation 2026-00015, vacation request in the city. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 3.2 to the consent. Next item is, let's see here. Next item is 3.3, vacation 2026-00016, vacation request in the city. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? We will move 3.3 to the consent agenda. Next item on the agenda is 3.4, vacation 2026-00017, vacation request in the city. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Anyone from the audience would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 3.4 to the consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4.
I'm sorry, who did the second? Doug? We have a motion for approval on the consent from Commissioner Johnson and seconded by Commissioner High. All supportive of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Now we can move to the public hearing items on the agenda. The first item we have is conditional use 2026-00023. We will be coming back to this one. The planning commission needs to vote to defer this again. It was initially deferred by the planning commission on 3/12 to specific date of today. The applicant has requested another deferral, so that as a result, we would have to vote on that approval. So we will come back to this. The next item is 4.2, conditional use 2026-00046, conditional use in the city. Approximate location is 26th Street North and North Gentry. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 4.2 to the consent agenda. Next item is 4.3, which is conditional use 2026-00047, conditional use for entertainment establishment in the city. Approximate location is South Hydraulic Avenue and East Morris Street. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience who would like to hear this case? We will move 4.3 to the consent. Next agenda item is 4.4, which is conditional use 2026-00051, conditional use request in the city to allow a neighborhood swimming pool. Approximate location is South Webb Road and East Pawnee Road. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience? We do have somebody who would like to hear this case. We will be hearing 4.4. Next item on the agenda is 4.5, conditional use 2026-00052, conditional use in the county to permit mining and or quarry. Approximate location is West 61st Street, north in the Maze and Tyler. That is in the Maze Influence area. Anyone from the commission like to hear this case? Anyone from the audience would like to hear this case? We have somebody who wants to hear it. So we will be hearing 4.5. Next agenda item, 4.6, which is a PUD-2026-00007. Approximate location is South Meridian Avenue and West Maple. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone from the audience would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 4.6 to consent. Next item is 4.7, PUD-2026-0008, zone change request in the city. Approximate location is South 167th Street and West Highway 54. Is there anyone on the commission like to hear this case? Anyone from the audience would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 4.7 to consent. 4.8, PUD 2026-0009, zone change request in the city. Approximate location is South Greenwich Road and East Waterman. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience would like to hear this case? We will be hearing 4.8. Let the record show that Commissioner Johnson has arrived. Thank you, sir. Okay, next agenda item is 4.9, zone case 2026-00005. Staff is recommending denial, so we will be hearing this case. Is the agent or applicant here? The agent or the applicant here for the zone case? Last call, is the agent or applicant here? Okay, seeing none, if staff can try to reach out and contact, we will put this one on hold. Next item is 4.10, zone case 2026-00006. This item has been deferred from 4/23. Staff is recommending denial, so we will be hearing 4/10. Is the agent or applicant here?
Yes, sir.
Next item on the agenda is 4.11, zone case 2026-0008. This was deferred from April the 9th. And approximate location on this is East 45th Street, North and Webb Road. It's a zone change request. Is there anyone from the commission that would like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience that would like to hear this case? We will be hearing 4.11. Next item on the agenda is 4.12, zone case 2026-00015. Staff is recommending denial on this, so we will be hearing this case. Is the agent or applicant here? And that is good. We appreciate that. Next item on the agenda is 4.13, zone case 2026-00016. Is there anyone from the commission that'd like to hear this case? Anyone from the audience would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 4.13. Oh, excuse me. We will be hearing this case. Staff has recommended denial for the initial request. Is the agent or applicant here? Okay, thank you. Next agenda item is 4.14, zone change 2026-00017 in the city. The approximate location is North Topeka Street and East 10th Street. Is the agent or applicant, or excuse me, is anyone on the commission would like to hear this case?
Zone 17 is deferred.
Oh, excuse me. My fault. This case has been moved to June the 11th due to a publication area. So we will not be hearing this case. It will be moved back to June 11th. Thanks for catching my eyes there, guys. The next zone case would be 2026-00018. Is there, this is a zone change request in the city, approximate location of West 21st Street, North Shepherd Street. Is there anyone on a commission like to hear this case? Seeing none, is there anyone from the audience? We will be hearing 4.5. Next item on the agenda is 4.16, zone case 2026-00019 in the city. Approximate location is West 29th Street North and North Amidon. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Anyone from the audience would like to hear this case? Seeing none, we will move 4.16 to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Before the motion, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Report, it says that 4.6 is denied.
Do you have the original agenda that you received in the mail or the packet? Okay, because I know wasn't there a change on the agenda? And that was,
On the agenda, it says approved, but on the packet it says,
I don't know, on the agenda that I have on it says approved.
never mind.
Mr. Chairman, I understand you need a motion to approve item 4.1 to deferral to June 11th of 2026. That's my motion.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that now and then take everything on consent on that. Okay, we have a motion to approve the deferral on 4.9, or excuse me, 4.1 to June the 11th by Commissioner Freiser, a second. Second by Commissioner Warren. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna abstain since I got here late.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve items on consent 4.2, 4.3, 4.6, 4.7, and 4.16.
who seconded that? Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent by Commissioner Fry, seconded by Commissioner High. All in support of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
I'm gonna abstain since I wasn't here.
So we have 12-1, or 12-01. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first item that we will be hearing would be subdivision 2.6. Is that
So I
correct?
believe we're going to recess to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I'm sorry?
I believe we're going to recess to the
excuse me.
Board of Zoning Appeals.
Yeah, we're going to recess now from our public hearing item and move over to the Board of Zoning Appeals. First item on the agenda would be approval of the BZA minutes for April the 9th. I'm showing Commissioner Fry was absent. So do we have a motion to approve the, okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McKay and a second by Commissioner Dill to approve of the minutes. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. And we have one abstention. Okay, so the next agenda item is the BZA 2026-0003. Staff is recommending that this does not meet all five of the criterias, so we will be hearing the case. Philip?
Good afternoon, Philip Zevenbergen for the record. BZA 2633 is a variance request in the city to reduce a front setback from 25 feet to 1.5 feet to allow for an accessory structure on a property zone single-family residential. The property is located at 2921 South Gordon Avenue. The applicant is requesting the variance in order to allow an existing accessory structure. It's a carport that has been constructed. No building permit was granted for the carport which was constructed earlier this year. The property is 0.18 acres in size and is developed with a single-family home. The applicant already constructed the carport with a front setback of 1.5 feet. The variance would allow the carport to remain in place. The carport that's constructed is approximately 20 feet by 29 feet. Character of the area is low-density residential. As you can see on the screen, all the properties around it are zoned single-family residential and are developed with single-family homes. Going into the criteria for the variance, criteria number 1, the request is unique to this property and was not created by the applicant. The applicant states the variance requested is due to a condition of the agent's health, which he is on medication for. The current garage at the home is being used for a room due to downsizing to a home with minimal steps because of the agent's health. The home has a total of 948 square feet, therefore the carport was added to the property. Staff does not agree with the statement. The front setback is applied uniformly to all properties within the SF5 district. The dwelling was constructed with an attached garage and conforms to all applicable developable standards. All surrounding dwellings with garages or carports conform to the front setback standard of the SF5 district. Converting the garage to an additional living space is a situation created by the applicant. Criteria number 2, the granting of the variance will not adversely affect the rights of the adjacent property owners. The narrative rights, the applicant states, this variance will not affect the rights of adjacent property owners. It's 20 by 29 feet. Where the current driveway is located, the end of the carport is not impeding the sidewalk line, and should a sidewalk ever be put in the residential area. Staff does not agree with the statement. Though the carport is behind the sidewalk line, it has negative visual impacts on nearby property owners. The carport in front of the dwelling is out of character with all the dwellings along South Gordon Avenue. No other dwelling in the area has a garage or carport that protrudes into the setback. Criteria number 3 states the strict application of the provisions of the zoning code would constitute an unnecessary hardship on the applicant. The applicant states there are sides to the carport due to the agent's health. Both are in their 70s and approaching that age. The husband has a heart condition that will not allow him to shovel snow, and the carport will allow for less snow accumulation, will protect the cars as well as adverse weather conditions. Staff does not agree with this statement. The subject side has space on the north side of the dwelling to construct an attached garage or carport without encroaching into the front setback. Criteria number 4, the variance will not adversely affect the public health, safety, morals, order, convenience, prosperity, general welfare, or harmonious development of the community. The applicant states the variance will not adversely affect these items. The staff analysis that we do not agree with the statement. Staff determines that granting of the variance could affect the public health, safety, moral, order, convenience, prosperity, and general welfare, or harmonious development. The location of the closed-sided carport so close to the property line could be considered a substantial deviation from the neighborhood context and does not promote harmonious development. Criteria number 5 states that the granting of the variance would not be opposed to the general spirit and intent of the zoning code. The applicant states granting this variance will not affect the intent of the applicable code. Staff does not agree with the statement. The front setback is applied uniformly on all properties within the SF5 district. Though the dwelling does not have a usable garage for a carport, it has an attached garage that was converted to a residential use but conforms to all applicable developable standards. All surrounding dwellings with attached garages or carports conform to the front setback in the SF5 district. The spirit and intent of the code is to promote harmonious development with specified development standards and does not guarantee that all dwellings within a zoning district will have the same amenities. Overall, staff feels that it does not meet the 5 criteria. However, the board does find that all 5 criteria are met. There is an alternative that if it were to be approved and reduced to 1.5 feet, there are conditions that it conforms to a revised site plan. If we go to the site plan, please. The site plan is an aerial image of the property with some dimensions on it. It does not take into account, and you'll see it in the site pictures here in a second, additional driveway added where the carport extends over the current, well, what was a 2-car driveway. There's additional pavement added, so we'd need a revised site plan if it were to be approved. The carport shall not have any enclosed sides, so the enclosed sides would have to be removed. And a building permit should be obtained if necessary from the Metropolitan Area Building and Construction Department. And additionally, the setback would only apply to the 1.5 foot setback as relates to the carport as illustrated on the revised site plan. So again, those conditions are only if the board finds that it does meet the 5 criteria for approval. Go through the site pictures, please. This is looking northwest at the subject site. You can see the additional pavement that was added to the 2-car driveway. Next picture. Again, looking to the southwest. Next picture. Looking into it, again, the aerial shows your 2-car driveway, and there was a substantial amount of concrete added to accommodate the carport. Next picture. Looking east away from the site. And looking south away from the site. Next picture. And looking north away from the site as well. And I can stand for any questions.
Is there any questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. Agent or applicant, please? The agent or applicant, yeah, please come forward and state your name and your address for our record, please.
My name is Conrad Rohr. I reside at 2921 South Gordon Avenue, Wichita, Kansas, 67217.
And I'm Deborah Rohr, and I also reside at 2921 South Gordon, Wichita, Kansas. And I have a few comments on criteria number 1. We're willing to open the sides so that it does not look like a building. I don't feel that we would have to completely remove the sides to allow for the neighbors to be able to see the park or back out of their driveways. Because right now, the driveway, when we back out of it, there is still a car length and you can easily see if someone is coming down the street. This is not an HOA, so we did not realize when we got the permit for our adding to the side of the garage. They also knew when we got the permit for the concrete, we told the city that we were going to be putting up a carport, and nothing was said to us that we would not be able to do that. In criteria number 3, you have noted that we could put a garage to the north of us. Well, there is a gas line next to the garage, running right along the garage, as well as a gas meter, and there is only 12 feet in between our house and the next door neighbor's fence. So I don't see that we would have enough on the easement that we could put a carport in it on that side, because we have thought about that. I feel that if we do take the sides off of the garage or the carport, that it would be more open and also be more harmonious to the neighborhood, so that it wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb like they're saying it does. And one of the reasons that it is higher in the back is because our driveway is so steep. There was 3 feet difference on the slope of the driveway. So in order for it to look aesthetically good, they had to put taller poles in the back part of the garage so that it would be even with the structure of the house and not go downhill. We've lived in the neighborhood for about 4 years. I talked to the neighbor ladies that live next door to us. They were excited that we were going to be doing the carport. I'm not sure what happened, but now it's a problem. And we're both getting ready to, he is retired, I'm getting ready to retire. We're just trying to make it a little bit easier on ourselves so we can live there. We did not plan to cause any problems. And with that, that's all I have to say. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I do, honey. It says in here that, you guys enforce these laws everywhere in the city, which that is not true. I can name you at least a dozen addresses where they are currently in violation, have been in violation for 30 or 40 years. And it doesn't seem to be bothering anybody. Can anybody explain to me what the deal is?
Have you
Mr.
turned
Johnson?
those names in?
Hmm?
Have you turned those into the city?
No, we have not. When we talked to the city inspector, because we didn't know what way to go to try to get this approved. The city inspector said he doesn't have enough staff to check everything out. So it's just up to a handful of people that people are not happy with. That's who you check. And so it's not a conformity through the city.
Any additional questions for the applicant? Director Waito?
Just a
Yes,
minute.
yes, sir. I just wanted to go ahead and answer the question that they had. So in terms of other carports, there's a number of factors, as Commissioner Joe Johnson alluded to. The city does enforcement based on a complaint basis. So it depends on complaints to be submitted in order to go out and then do the enforcement actions. The other thing to be aware of is that there may be situations where people have sought permission and gotten approvals to have the carports out there based on certain conditions. So those could be factors for why there may be others out there that you've observed.
Yeah, I understand. The city just enforces where and when they feel like it. I'm not.
So, I'm sorry, I lost my train of
I
thought.
think that's what he said.
Can I, move it to the backyard? Will that make everybody happy? I'm talking to you.
Okay, if you can,
Can't move it that quickly.
excuse me, sirs, ma'ams, if that's appropriate. Yeah, all comments need to be directed to the planning commission. We can't even cross-talk, please. If anybody wants to speak after the applicant gets done, you will have time to do that. So is there any, yes, Commissioner Zimmerman?
Did you say you hired somebody to do this work?
Yes,
Did they buy the permit or did you buy the permit?
I'm willing to do it, but I can't make it happen.
Okay, sir, could I get you to speak in the mic, please?
Yeah, I have no problem with moving it. I will have to have it done. I can't just snap my fingers and make it happen tomorrow. So, if everybody will let me keep it, I will move it to the backyard, but I will not be able to do it next Monday. It's gonna take a while. I've already got a call in to the lady I bought the carport from to see about sending a crew back up here to dismantle it for me and stack it up nice in the backyard.
Any additional questions? As far as being able to move it, I think you need to get with the Metropolitan Planning Department on that to see if that would be allowable. I don't know if there's, any utilities back there or any other issues. That would be up to that department to do that evaluation. We would not be able to do that here.
well, we would like to go with the recommendation that the council has suggested and remove part of the sides to be able to keep that.
Understood.
Because that is the purpose of having it there, is to hopefully not have a big accumulation of snow. I know we didn't have that much last year, but, it is Kansas, so if you would consider that, we would appreciate it.
All right, much
Thank you.
appreciated. Again, is there any additional questions for the agent or applicant? Seeing none, is there anybody, hold tight, you'll have another opportunity here. Is there anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this matter? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and your address for our records, and you have 3 minutes.
Which slide are you?
Okay, sir, you need to state your name and your address, please.
My name is Larry Kaba, Kaba. I'm at 2945 South Gordon.
Okay, sir, also there should be a mouse on the podium there. Sir, please use the mouse to direct anything that you want to do on the screen.
I live right here on this corner. I'm currently raising a 6-year-old grandson, and I feel like this carport blocks a third of my view from the park that he plays in. I've lived here 10 years. 5 years ago, I had a contractor come out to extend my porch and the overhang, the concrete and the overhang. He said, no can do. He said, you cannot move, you cannot build that way. I believe that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone from the commission have any questions? Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please come up and state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. My name's David Bastian. I live at 2939 South Gordon. It's on the west side, 3 houses down from the agent. Cannot see the park. Them stating that when they back out of their carport to get into the street is a little misleading because the tailgate of the truck hits the drain, the curb, and many cars have had to stop because they don't know if he's going to keep going or what. As far as his health goes on this, he's never shoveled his snow anyway, whether he felt good or bad. You know, I'm all for him taking this down, moving it to the backyard. I'm all for him soliciting the neighbors and let's come up with a better idea. A flat roof, no sides. That's going to block a lot of snow. He's got a fence on the north side that's going to block some of it. As far as, you know, putting it in back and moving the gas meter, that's part of asking for a permit. You put that in the permit. I work for a big company here in town. I'm a certified welding inspector, and we don't violate codes. We have to go through engineering. We have to do a lot of stuff to violate a code, and we ask permission first. This is kind of like dealing with your wife. You know, you do it and then ask for forgiveness later, and this is all that's going on right now. He violated the codes, and it's got to change. Got to stop now. All right? Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Please, sir, come to the podium, your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is T.L. McIntosh. I live at 2932 South Gordon, across the street from the agent. He states in there that he can't do it, shovel snow, because of his health. Well, I've had a triple bypass and stents all through my body, retired Boeing military. I shovel my drive or I hire kids to do it. This is just, he says it doesn't affect the community around him. That's incorrect. It affects our property values. Who would want to buy a house right next to that? I approached City Hall about putting a lean-to on my garage to do exactly what he wanted to do with just poles. And they told me no. I couldn't put anything built towards that road. And it made sense to me, so I took their answer as no as no. I oppose him being able to keep this, whether he takes the sides off it or not. It was built illegally. A portion of the curb was taken out to extend his driveway towards the door to widen. If you look at the one of your photographs there that shows his driveway. He had to tear out a big chunk of curb to extend that driveway to where it is now. His driveway almost goes to his front door. And as far as I'm aware of, there was not one permit issued to do any of this. He took it upon himself to do it. He caused the situation he's in. None of us as his neighbors. I have 10 signatures from his neighbors that oppose this. He said none of his neighbors disagreed with him. And he spoke about ladies next door to him. They're on this list saying they want that thing removed. I don't know if I should turn this over to you. Oh, one lady wrote her own complaint because she couldn't be here today. I don't know if I need to turn it over to you guys or. I'm just an old hillbilly. That's the kind of stuff we put at the farm, not in a city residential area. I'm done.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker, please. Please come up and step your name. Ma'am, you have to,
She's the applicant, but I didn't see any, I didn't see any hands raised for, I didn't see any hands raised for other comments, so we could probably move to rebuttal and have her come up and speak.
okay. Yeah, somebody else had their hand up to, didn't they? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, ma'am, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I just want to clarify the statement that was made that we did not get any permits. As I stated before when I was standing up here, we did get a permit to have the driveway widened. There is a stamp of the company that put it in. To my understanding is if you get a permit and that company has to put their stamp on the concrete stating that there was a permit or proving that there was a permit. And we did have that.
Yeah, I think the problem is not whether or not you had a permit for the concrete, it's whether or not you had a permit.
Right.
For the structure.
And like I said before, when the city knew that we were doing that driveway, we told them we were doing a carport. And we were told the contractor is the one who gets the permit. And therefore, that's the way it ended up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what we'll do now is, if there's no one else to speak, you hit your rebuttal. We're gonna bring it back to the commission, for any comments or any comments from the commission.
I have a question for the lady.
Okay. Ma'am, could you come back up to the podium, for a question?
What was the contractor told when he tried to get a permit to build the carport?
Yeah, we already have this.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What was the contractor told when he tried to get a permit to build the carport?
I don't know. I did not go into that with them.
Commissioner Warren?
Cases like this, I try to look for ways to help folks out when a mistake's been made, but this one just is too egregious. I would move that we concur with the staff report and deny the variance request.
Second.
Okay, we do have a motion to support staff recommendation that the criteria have not been met. Is there any more? Yes, Commissioner McKay?
I think I heard both the neighbors and the applicant saying that they could move to the back. Is there any way we can leave space for that in your motion somehow or some way?
Can't they apply for a new permit?
Yeah.
If I could, moving to the back is an option as an accessory structure. There still has to be setbacks to manage, but they can have that conversation with planning staff to have it in the backyard, and there's more buildable area with less setback restrictions in the backyard for the carport. That doesn't have to be part of today's discussion. They could they could do that tomorrow without having to, it doesn't have to be part of the variance.
Okay.
If they can't do that, I agree with the motion, but I feel like we ought to, I heard from both sides saying that they'd work together to try to move it to the backyard, whatever process they have to go through to do.
Commissioner Maynard, do you have comments? Any additional comments? Okay, we do have a motion to uphold staff recommendations. And I don't remember who seconded it. Commissioner Maynard seconded that motion. If there's no additional comments, call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 12-1.
Sir, will there be, can we have like 60 days to move it?
What you need to do now is to get with the Metropolitan Planning Department, get back with them and ask what your next process would be to move that around the backside. And they'll work with you on that, but whatever you come up with, make sure you get your permits.
We haven't gotten a permit for everything except this since we were working with the contractor. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no additional items on the BZA, so we will be adjourning from the BZA, and we will be going back to the public hearing cases. As soon as I find out what I did with them. Okay, the next agenda item that we're gonna be hearing, let's see, be 2.6 on subdivision case, is that correct, or we already moved that one out? Yeah. Okay, we'll be hearing subdivision case 2026-00022, Rivington Addition in the city.
Morning, Greg Sharon. As I was sitting there, just need to make a quick update to subdivision 2026-24. And just for the record, item E, planning comment number 1 has been removed. So I just wanted to make that comment for the record.
All right, is there any questions for staff?
He just said subdivision 2026-24. Are we on 2026-22?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I just had to make a quick update to the subdivision, just for the record.
But which case number?
2026-24, the Gustos Familiae.
We're on item.
Yeah, we've already took that on consent.
Okay,
Okay, so,
Kirk Sponson, W County
Yeah.
Council. If I may, what was that item that was removed?
it was just, lot width of 200 feet for, one of the lots, and it was just determined that that's no longer needed.
And that was determined by Public Works, or who was that by?
With the zoning administrator,
Okay.
yep.
I
Yeah.
think we should talk, Greg, this is really not a good time to.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't quite for sure when to do it. I just wanted to put it for the record, so it's
Yes.
on the record, so.
That case has already been approved by the MAPC. Unless they want to reconsider that item, they can't take action on it. So I think you and I and legal should get together after the MAPC meeting and
Okay.
talk about what the next steps are with that case.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Now we will hear 2.6 subdivision 2026-00022, 22.
Hi, good afternoon. Greg Sharon, Planning Staff, here to present Rivington Edition. If you go to the plat, please. This is a 233 lot subdivision in the city. There were 3 waivers requested. First waiver is from lot depth to width ratio for several lots. Second waiver, reduction of reduced street width for cul-de-sacs over 24 units. And the third waiver is from the requirement to provide a stub street to unplatted property to the north and east. Go through staff comments. Item A, fees due for water and sanitary hookup. Several easements have been requested. And item B, City Stormwater Management has approved the plat. Item C, a drainage plan has been approved. Item D, standard fire comment regarding hydrants and 2 access locations. And cul-de-sacs are required to meet 80-foot drivable turnaround. Item E, traffic engineering openings, access controls and right-of-way are approved. Item F, County Public Works approves of access controls and approves of right-of-way dedications. Item G, City Environmental Health standard comment regarding irrigation wells. Item H, planning comment, notice a PUD needs to be submitted. Item I, GIS to approve of street names. And item J, county surveying to review and comment at time of final Mylar submittal. And item K, Evergy is not served by Evergy Distribution, and Evergy Transmission has reviewed the plat and objects to the 10-foot utility easement that encroaches on our right-of-way. And it is my understanding that the agent has been in contact with Evergy to address that comment. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Any questions for staff? Saying none, thank you. Agent or applicant, you have 10 minutes. State your name and address, so forth.
Good afternoon, Brian Lindeback, MKEC Engineering, 411 North Webb Road, on behalf of the owner and applicant. We're in agreement with all but one comment that was made at subdivision, and I believe there's a couple slides that I had provided. Not sure where those are at, but the comments, there you go, yeah. What was asked of us was to provide connection from this easement here all the way over to the east. And there are tree rows that we're preserving. And one thing with this is our sewer depths are extremely shallow. We're building slab on grade houses in this development. And the only thing in the back is a drainage easement. And so, but we have provided connections at 2 different locations along the east side. So I think that meets the subdivision code as far as things go, but we've provided connections to that property. This shows the front of the development. We're preserving all these trees. I think it's just important to denote, that how important, existing trees are. We've done that throughout many developments in the past: Waterfront Residential, Estancia, Fox Ridge, Wilson Farms, villas at Oak Creek. So reserves are sometimes used to preserve these trees along the perimeter, but this time we just chose to offset the easement so that we don't have utility companies ripping out the trees. So you might switch to the next slide as well. This shows the north. This has the same condition with a bunch of trees up here. We're trying to keep all those utilities off of the tree line. It's just part of our planning. It's a very expensive property, and this sewer depth is so shallow that it won't be able to serve the property to the north as well. So, but we'd have made connection on the west part of this block right up here. So With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Is there any questions for the agent? Yes, Commissioner Fry?
So Brian, there's only one entrance and exit into this entire development. How many lots are there?
There are 2 entrances, and there's 60 some lots that we talked about.
Where's the other entrance at?
There's one right here and one right here.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that one. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we've got, the subdivision committee actually approved the access to the site as presented.
I just didn't notice that one down the lower
Sure.
southeast corner. Thank you.
Sure, yep. And we have worked with Evergy Transmission, and I do believe we've come to a consensus. We are changing the way the easements are described, and so that's how we've come to a conclusion with them.
Commissioner Austin?
Yeah, Brian, just one quick question. You mentioned that there was just one condition. Was that item 13 under A?
Yeah, it's regarding, before the meeting started at subdivision, staff came to me and said that they would like to have the entire section allowing utilities all the way up to the property line, and we don't see that as being beneficial to the property. We find these trees to be very valuable. The property is very valuable. It's beautiful, and we like to preserve those trees when we can.
But that was the only item that you were
Correct.
objecting to,
That's it.
A13? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Is there any additional questions?
All right, thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this case? Seeing none, we will bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Austin?
Yeah, we approved this at subdivision committee. I was the maker of the original motion, and at the time, it was my intent when we made the motion to approve the waiver request, and it was subject to staff conditions, and it was my failure to not include item A13 as part of the conditions. I guess I was thinking that was a waiver, so I'd make a motion to approve, subject to the waiver requests with elimination of item A13 and then subject to the remaining staff comments.
Okay, we have a second, or a motion by Commissioner Austin, a second by Commissioner High. Is there any further discussion or comments? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion has passed 13-0. The next agenda item that we have is 2.7, which is subdivision 2026-00023, one-step final plan of Deerview Estates. This is in the county, east 47th Street South and 143rd Street. Staff?
Good morning, or good afternoon. Greg Sharon, planning staff, here to present Deerview Edition. This is a 3-lot residential subdivision in the county within 3 miles of the city of Wichita. There's one waiver, and that is a request to allow the current 35-foot half right-of-way along South 134th Street East. Item A, comments. It may be CD. This is within Rural Water District Number 3, so a feasible connection is recommended. Memo shall be issued. Item B, County Stormwater Management has approved of the drainage plan. Item C, Sedgwick County Fire Drive needs to comply with Service Drive Code. Item D, County Public Works, 60-foot right-of-way is requested along 143rd Street. Request that complete access control be shown along 145th Street and requires 75-foot of access control on the 60-foot right-of-way to the east of 44th Street South. Item E, city traffic will require access control along 143rd Street. Item F, Planning Department, some changes, revisions to platters, text, and additional notes. Item D, county surveying, couple of revisions needed. Item H, the plat is not served by Evergy. And as Evergy Transmission has reviewed the plat and sees no apparent conflicts with their assets. And item I, Butler County Electric Co-op has reviewed the plat and will not need to request any additional easements. So for that, I will stand for questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Agent or applicant, please. Agent or applicant? Please state your name and your address for our records, please.
My name's Jerry Vaughn. Address is 14630 East 44th Street South, Derby, Kansas 67037. That's a residence that's currently on Track 3. I've been there for over 35 years. I own Tract 2 and 3, did have Track 1. I also own the 80 acres north of this. This is a working farm.
Okay, sir, I hate to interrupt you, but can you pull the mic up just a little bit? Thank you, sir.
Sure. Do I need to go back and repeat anything?
No, you're fine.
Okay. I don't have any issues as it was approved out of subcommittee. So,
Okay, do you support the staff recommendations and comments?
yes.
Excuse me, sir, do you?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, appreciate it. Do you have any questions for the gentleman? Saying none, stand by, there might be coming back. Is there anyone from the audience that'd like to speak on this matter? Please state your name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Packer. I am the County Engineer and Director of Public Works for Sedgwick County. I am here as staff. We are requesting that the conditional supplement that has been added to the right-of-way be removed. That's something that has come out of subdivision that is unprecedented and has not occurred before. We don't wish to set that precedence here. As far as we could tell, this was a simple request. There are no extenuating circumstances necessitating the contingency of the right-of-way. In addition, the current right-of-way as it sits now is in the ditch of the roadside ditch of the roadway, therefore allowing the right-of-way to take effect upon approval of the plat would allow easier access and maintainability by the township. I will note our understanding from the subdivision regulations is that a waiver needs to meet 3 criteria. First, it needs to be in harmony with the intended purpose of the subdivision regulations. It has to avoid unwarranted hardships and be in line with public safety and welfare, protection of the public safety and welfare. I don't think any of these 3, and definitely not all 3, have been met in order to justify a waiver in this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. A quick question for subdivision. Chair, are you good with the changes?
I did.
Pardon me?
I supported the applicant.
Okay. Any additional comments? If not, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, the agent or applicant, please. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Do I need to state my name again?
No.
Okay.
Fine.
So I'll just cover some comments that I made during the subcommittee subcommittee meeting. As I said, this is a working farm. If we allow the right-of-way to go east beyond the trees, then that will not be maintained. The property south of us is full of Canadian thistle, which is an invasive species in the state of Kansas, and that right-of-way won't be mowed. I talked to the township, Gibson Township. Their batwing mower is 10 feet. They would not drive in there and then back all the way out and then drive to make another cut. They cannot turn around in that space. I have cattle on the 80 acres north of it. I have predation problems from coyotes. I lose cattle every year during calving season because, first of all, there's enough houses around that we cannot have anybody out hunting them, and we can't trap because of dogs. So that is an issue for me. What we talked about in the subcommittee was whether or not we would be willing to do the 100-foot easement at the time the road is actually widened, and we said, yeah, but let us live with the 35-foot easement for now. I went down to 63rd Street, measured from the center line of the road to the closest point that they allowed a rancher to put a fence, and it was exactly 60 feet, what they're asking for here for the half-road right-of-way. But within that 60 feet, it happens to be a 4-lane road, so within that half-road right-of-way, there's 2 lanes of traffic, a curb, a grass strip, a 7-foot sidewalk, another grass strip, and then the fence. We have not seen any progress down in that area for the last 35 years.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any questions? Commissioner Austin, did you have a question? Okay, okay, since nobody else would like to have any questions, we'll bring it back to the commission for comments.
And just for a point clarification, I'm not sure if staff has the exact verbiage of the motion from the planning commission. I think that would be helpful because it's not reflected, as I recall it being made, it's not reflected in our staff report. So the motion in the planning or at the subdivision committee was that it would be a contingent right-of-way dedication determined at the time that Sedgwick County would identify a project and would also be in the process of acquiring additional right-of-way for that project. And so that's not reflected in this staff report, and I think that's important for the consideration of this body from the appeal standpoint.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any additional comments from the commission? Saying none, would anyone like to make a motion on this?
I'll move to approve the findings of the vote of the subdivision committee.
Subdivision. We have a motion to uphold the subdivision position and for approval. Was there a second? Commissioner High seconded that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed, 13 to nothing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could, I'm sorry, sir, but I do have an update after consulting with legal about the status of item 2.8, which is subdivision case 2026-24. You received an update, just very briefly, from planning staff that there's an update to the staff report. This follows after you've already approved it on consent. What I learned in the consultation with legal is that if it's not, if the desire is to have that modification, which is less restrictive for the applicant, which is what staff brought up, then it could be advisable to address that and approve it with that modification today, as opposed to doing it later. And my understanding is the reason why is because if it's addressed at a later date, there's a public hearing advertising that would have to take place, and so therefore the case would get pushed out a number of weeks before that would happen. Kirk, I'm going to look to you.
Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Councilor. I would agree with that statement, Scott. I would say that Robert's rules does maybe contemplate motion reconsiders on subsequent meetings, but that does give me concern about notice and actual hearings with applicants and things of that nature. So if you did want to take into consideration the update that was provided by staff, it would be my recommendation you take it up today.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. In order to do that, we are going to have to recess out of the public hearing portion and go back to the subdivision items, correct?
It's all one agenda. I think what you could do is you could just make a simple motion to reconsider item 2.8.
And that motion is to hear the case or just, note the updates that was given?
If you reopen it, you could simply have Greg Sharon repeat what he said, take that into consideration. You don't need to rehear the whole thing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will open back up 2.8, which is subdivision 2026-00024, the Custos Familia in the county. Yes, to reconsider the motion.
I move to reconsider the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Warren to reconsider, and was that a second by Commissioner Austin? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion has passed 13-0.
Greg, if you wouldn't mind, could you just restate what the update was?
Greg Sharon, planning staff. Sorry for the confusion earlier. As stated, item E for subdivision 2026-24, Custos Familiae. Item E1, planning staff comment has been redacted. So just stating that for the record.
Okay. If you want to address it at this time based off of the prior approval, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here. If you wanted to, all you need to do is simply say, move to approve per staff comments with the update.
Second. Very good. Okay, we have a motion for approval for staff comments on the update by Commissioner Warren. And do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Williams-Bay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passed 13-0. Now we will continue our public hearing items. 4.4, conditional use 2026-00051 in the city. Christina.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Christina Reith with planning staff presenting on behalf of Samuel Dietz. The applicant is requesting a conditional use to allow a neighborhood swimming pool in the two-family residential district zoning. This is southeast of South Webb Road in East Pawnee. The Unified Zoning Code defines neighborhood swimming pool as any non-publicly owned swimming pool that is not located on the same lot as a residential dwelling unit, but as is intended as an amenity for use by the residents and the guests of that subdivision or by a group of subdivisions in an immediate vicinity. The reason we're hearing this case today is because neighborhood swimming pools in TF3 zoning require a conditional use when not platted in reserve, and they are also subject to Section 3D6AA of the Unified Zoning Code. The Unified Zoning Code requires one parking space per 110 feet of pool area. If we could go to the site plan that they've submitted, the subject site will have a nearly 1,700 square foot pool. And so per the code, the swimming pool area would require a minimum of 15 parking spaces. However, the site plan shows 7 parking spaces, one of which is ADA compliant, and this does not meet the minimum requirements. The applicant may submit a parking study for review by the zoning administrator. The surrounding area is undeveloped and zoned TF3. The proposed application is in conformance with the Community Investment Plan's 2035 Wichita Future Growth Concept Map. It identifies the site as appropriate for new residential uses, and the neighborhood swimming pool will serve the adjacent residential community. Staff is recommending approval of the application subject to the conditions listed in your staff report. And this is based on the golden factors, which is in page 3 of your staff report. This went to the District Advisory Board on Monday, and they recommended approval unanimously. And let's go through the site photos real quick. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And that concludes the site photos, and with that, I will stand for any questions. Thank you.
Dana, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, agent or applicant, please. Please state your name, your address, and you have 10 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Clevenger with Garver here on today on behalf of the applicant. Address is 1995 Midfield Road, Wichita, Kansas, 67209. We're in agreement with staff comments with one exception. Could we go to the slide showing the site plan, please? The site plan shows that there are 7 parking spaces total, with one of those being handicaps. What the site plan does not show adequately is that there's actually additional parking spaces just to the north of this. There's an additional 6 existing parking spaces that would give a total of 13 spaces. And we would ask if the site plan could be approved as is with the existing 13 parking spaces that are on site instead of the 15 recommended.
Commissioner Fry?
Well, thank you. What are the additional parking spaces for? Is there a playground up there on that side? Or?
No, the site was just being built. So my understanding is that they knew they were going to be putting in a swimming pool. So while the contractor was already on site building the streets, they went ahead and constructed the parking. But at that time, I don't think they knew the exact size that was going to be designed of the pool. So they made their best guess and they went ahead and constructed those 13 spaces.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the request or by the code is for 15 and you're wanting 13?
Yes, sir.
Accepted? Okay. Any additional questions?
No other comments.
Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. Stand by. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak on this matter? Anyone on the audience? Seeing none, it's going to be a very short rebuttal.
I don't have anything to add, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
No additional questions. We will bring it back to the commission. What is the will of the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lauren? What?
I move that we approve per staff comment and recommendation with a modification from 15 parking spaces to 13.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Oops.
Jenna Morgan, City Legal. Would that need to be a variance or an adjustment?
So there are, mind if I answer, Mr. Chair?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. So it would require either submission of a parking study to be reviewed and potentially approved by the zoning administrator, or a zoning administrative adjustment, or a variance depending on the level that's needed. Variance, 2 spaces probably would not be a variance, but either a parking study or an administrative adjustment.
Would the motion maker be, have a friendly addition to that to request that an adjustment be made administratively?
Correct. I'll modify that to a parking study or an administrative adjustment.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Clouts, as stated. We have a second by Commissioner McKay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion has passed 13-0. Next agenda item is 4.5, conditional use in the county, mining and quarry operations. And Philip.
Good afternoon, Philip Zievenbergen for the record. This item is conditional use 2026-52, which is a conditional use request for mining and quarrying in a property zoned rural residential located about a half-mile south of West 61st Street North and on the east side of North Tyler Road. It is in the unincorporated area of Sedgwick County, but also is located in the City of May's influence area or urban area of influence. The applicant is requesting a conditional use to allow for mining and quarrying for sand and gravel extraction on a 36.11 acre site. If you were to go to the pre or post operational plan, the purpose would be to create what would eventually be about a 16 acre pond here. And then the final outcome when it's all done is to have a location of a single home site located here on the eastern portion of the property. The reason that the operational plan is so large when it relates to just a property here in the southwest corner is this is the conditional use area, but the reason is they included all of this is this property up here, which is in the city of Mays, was their very first one in 2001 to receive a conditional use for sand and gravel extraction. My understanding is that pond is done. Here in the county in 2016, this property received a conditional use for sand and gravel extraction. This property just received a 2-year extension as it hit its 10-year limit, and they're not quite finished with their extraction, and they had the ability and the conditions to have the extension, and so that was just recently approved just about a month ago. The whole point is they have existing infrastructure for their settling, their sorting, their access roads all go here through here, and then you have here off to the right-hand side the access road over to North Ridge Road. They intend to utilize the existing internal circulation of this site for this pond to the infrastructure here, and then the trucking route would be out to North Ridge Road so that they would not be putting any trucking or commercial vehicles onto North Tyler to minimize impact to the surrounding area when the trucks are already going in and out of North Ridge Road. When this property, essentially when this collective area was approved for conditional uses in the past, there were conditions of approval that required improvements to North Ridge Road related to the increase in trucking traffic based on the sand and gravel extraction. So that was a long story to say they're essentially expanding the area with an additional pond and utilizing existing infrastructure. So therefore the whole plan has to show where that infrastructure is. Many of the conditions of approval that are recommended before you today incorporate conditions that require them to do so, in addition to restricting commercial vehicles from accessing Tyler, which requires them to use the existing halt road to Ridge. Conditions of approval also include an agreement between the property owners, because there are multiple property owners across these sites, to have agreements so that those internal circulation routes can continue to be utilized in the future should properties change hands. The supplementary use regulations require that mining and quarrying in the RR district adhere to supplementary use regulations in section 3D6GG. Those are listed in your staff reports. In general, it provides 23 standards regarding sand extraction operations, including perimeter fencing, dust control, minimum water levels, overburden and stockpile locations, drainage requirements, and other important standards. The conditions of approval in your staff report are largely taken from the conditions of approval that were placed on this site back in 2016. They include hours of operation for trucking from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and dredging hours from 6 a.m. to sunset. Those match what were approved in 2016 for this, so that would be consistent. It also, again, like I said, requires the use of the existing infrastructure with the haul road and restricts commercial vehicle access onto Tyler Road. Those conditions of approval also require continued adherence to requirements regarding changes to the floodplain. There's floodplain in the area, and when this one was being developed, they have worked with FEMA and other required regulatory agencies on what is required to channelize that floodplain, which is an existing channel here, and they may need to do more in the future as they go across this subject site here. So those conditions of approval are continuing on in this one just to make sure it's all consistent and that they're required to do that. They have been complying with those as they have modified the floodplain on this site in the past, and it would require them to continue to do so if they have to modify the floodplain on the subject site. The surrounding context is a mixture of sand and gravel extraction, rural residential development, agricultural fields, and suburban homes. If you want to go to the aerial image, please. The broader site, you can see we talked about the sand extraction over here. The property to the north is in the city of Mays, and it's actually under current consideration for conditional use for sand and gravel extraction as well from the same agents and applicants. The property owner is different. They're the applicant, but it's essentially the same agent as the Northridge Sand operation. Property to the west is in the city of Mays. It's developed with single-family homes and agricultural fields. Property to the south is also in the city of Mays. It's the Mystic Lake subdivision, which are single-family homes on a former sand pit, now ski lake, and then general agricultural uses in the vicinity. The property is not platted. Platting is not required for the proposed use, and there are no other zoning cases associated with this site. The site has access to North Ridge Road, like I said, through internal access drives that they have agreements on to use. And again, the conditions of approval restrict access to Tyler. Ridge Road is a 2-lane paved arterial street with open ditches. If water and sewer are required, they would have to be provided on site. In 2007, a study was completed by the Kansas Geological Survey on the effects of groundwater quality related to stormwater runoff. Overall, they had 4 sand pits in this part of Sedgwick County. There were 3 in the county, or I'm sorry, 3 in suburban northwest Wichita and 1 in unincorporated Sedgwick County. The general result of their findings was that the pits that were in the suburban area actually had different water quality and water quality issues based on fertilizers and things that are typically applied to suburban lawns than the sand pit that was in the unincorporated area. Overall, staff's perspective on this is based on the size of this lake versus the predominance of groundwater lakes in the area, that it's not likely to increase any negative impacts related to groundwater quality, given the pervasiveness of sand pits in the area, which have already been open to groundwater for some time. Overall, staff finds that it is in conformance to the comprehensive plan. As I mentioned before, it's in the City of May's urban area of influence. Their future land use map identifies the site as appropriate for rural residential. When the sand extraction is complete, the post-operational plan identifies the site for 1 large lot home site, which is a compatible use within the rural residential context. The City of May's Planning Commission heard this last Thursday in the evening of May 7th. There was quite a bit of discussion at the meeting. Overall, their recommendation was for denial with a 3-2 vote. The general conversation at the City of May's Planning Commission, the City of May's as a entity adopted an ordinance. It does not apply to this case because this is cases in the county, and it is related to land reclamation regarding sand pits. So essentially how much land is left over, how much developable land is left over after the sand pit is done. And the purpose of their ordinance was to ensure that there could be developable enough land that if the extension of public water and sewer there, that essentially there would be enough land to pay for the extension of services, to not put a burden of the extension of services onto the other citizens within the City of Mays. I believe we have a representative from Mays here. He could probably talk to it about it more in depth. But essentially their recommendation for denial is based on their concern that it is not in line with essentially a new direction that the City of Mays wants to go to regarding the existing sand pits and possibility of future sand pits in the future, knowing that there's a lot of agricultural land in the area that is ripe for sand extraction. So their concern was just how it could have conflicts with the extension of future public services. Their city boundary goes all the way up to about 69th Street, and you can see that with this red line, and they have the desire to continue to extend over time their public services to the north. There was one member of the public who spoke in opposition with concerns about noise and dust and general impact to the residential properties in the near vicinity. That individual, I don't quite remember their address, but they were not in the Mystic Lake subdivision. They lived elsewhere outside. We did not hear anybody from the Mystic Lake subdivision to the south. Overall, the planning staff, from the county perspective, is recommending approval subject to the conditions that are in your staff report. If you have any questions about those, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. We can go through through site pictures. I'll try to run through them very quickly. There's quite a few of them. This is on the road within Mystic Lakes looking north. There's actually quite a dense landscape buffer separating the Mystic Lakes development from the subject site. Next picture. This is farther to the east. Not quite as dense. You can actually look through it here. Next picture. This is on Tyler looking to the west. Next picture. This is on Tyler looking west a little bit farther north at a house. Next picture. This is on the toward the north side of the property, again looking west on Tyler. Next picture. And then just north of the property, again looking west at another house. Next picture. This is coming back south on Tyler. This is the property north of the subject site, also under consideration by the City of Mays for sand and gravel extraction. Next picture. This is the north end of the subject site. Next picture. A little bit farther south, there's some landscaping along Tyler. Next picture. This is one of the houses here in the notch. That is west of the subject site, but between the subject site and Tyler. Next picture. And this is back in Mystic Lake looking south away from the site. These are the houses that face north, and so essentially you would look toward the subject site. There's this one and one more. As you can see, there are several lots along there. They all have houses on them. I did not take a picture of every single house. But with that, that concludes staff comments, and I can stand for any questions.
Is there any questions for staff? Seeing none. Philip, thank you, sir. Agent or applicant?
Good afternoon again. Brian Lindeback, 411 North Webb Road, MKC Engineering on behalf of the owner. And
good afternoon, Darren Dirks on behalf of Northridge Sand, 12325 North 151st Street West, Sedgwick.
so I think we're in agreement with staff comments as presented. I might give a little history on both of these cases, even though this case, the other case to the north is outside of, there we go. Yeah, this one's outside of the application area. The applicant owns these two houses as well. And we've worked with the city of Mays dating back to February and working to move these cases along through the process of getting these conditional uses approved. We received a staff report. Well, I might back up a little bit. While we were in the process of getting these cases, through the approval process, hopefully, the city of Mays changed their ordinance relating to sand pits. So 2 days before our planning commission, they changed the rules for sand pits. So I think that's an important, point to mention. We also had an approval letter from the city of Mays the day of the planning commission that morning, last Thursday. Hours later, we got another letter for both of the cases stating that they are going to deny them. So it was a little bit alarming and confusing while we've been working diligently together, holding hands, so to speak, through the permitted processes, sharing our plans to be denied, suggested to be denied. I think the basis of their concerns are, and I'll let them speak to it, is that they want to have more developable land as a residual. I think it's important to note that these landowners have these water rights. So what you see in the blue there is a concept of what would be extracted. That concept identifies the actual area that could be extracted. Now, is it going to be a different shape? Perhaps, probably will. Things change as you extract these ponds, these lakes. So I think that's the short of it. We do desire to have at least one house here, but that will, again, when we come time to plat that and develop that, we'll provide, we'll go through that process at that time. And if they need easements for future sewer expansion, they can certainly purchase those. This is a county property. If the city of Mays needs them, they can certainly reach out to the landowner and obtain the necessary easements. Some other mitigating things that we talked about, the drainage. This is a drainage slough that kind of comes through here. It's very flat, so it's a challenge to get dense development. And I think that's what maybe Mays wants. The other thing that you have here that's also mitigating is you have these overhead power lines. There's, as you can see, they tend to bisect the whole half section. In that same vicinity is a pipeline, and that pipeline also is not conducive to more urban development in this scenario. So I think it's also important to note that you don't see, I don't think you'll see anybody from the neighboring properties here because this sandpit operator does a fantastic job of working with the community in the area. And they've worked very closely with all the neighbors to mitigate the things that are necessary, like this berm down here. The hours of operation, they've been a great neighbor. So hopefully that bodes well for the approval of our case today. With that, we'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Quick question on the pipeline. Is that an active pipeline that runs through there?
Yes, active.
Commissioner Johnson, did you have your hand up? Okay, excuse me. Okay, seeing no additional questions for the applicant, is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak on this? Yes, sir, please come to the podium. State your name, your address for our record.
Mitch Young here for the city of Mays, 10100, West Grady Avenue, Mays, Kansas, 67101. Philip and Brian did a wonderful job explaining Mays' position concerning this and the one to the north as far as the reclamation of land and the impact on infrastructure. Mays just wanted to make a statement regarding this, and it's although we recognize the regional importance of sand resources in supporting ongoing construction and development activities, the limited potential for meaningful land reclamation associated with this conditional use permit request remains a significant concern for Mays. Furthermore, the continued expansion of dredging operations within this area has placed the city of Mays in an increasingly challenging position with respect to future infrastructure planning, utility extension, and substantial public costs associated with long-term service and maintenance. Other than that, I have nothing to add, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for, yes, Commissioner Warren?
Mr. Young, the policy that Mays has got, how long has that been a part of your working plan?
The ordinance was in effect Monday before Thursday's meeting last week, and it went official Tuesday on public website. So 2 days, as Brian stated, it was. And so the confusion was, to be honest with you, I went back through the ordinance and I was questioning how I recommended approval to our planning commission for our conditional use that they brought forth to the city. And my boss and I, my supervisor and I discussed this at length, and we realized that approval is not good for the city of Mays for the reasons I expressed here today.
Sir, what is your capacity with the city of Mays?
I'm planning administrator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Saying none, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this matter? Okay, would the agent or applicant come back? You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I think their burden is being pushed on us, our client, their burden of needing more housing area and service. If it's costly to develop, that's usually borne by the developers. So I think that'll work its way out as far as development goes. I think I'd like Darren to speak about the economics right now with regard to sand operations.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. So we are in kind of a unique situation market-wise, sand and gravel in the Wichita area. As you know, sand and gravel is a readily available resource in our area specifically. So there's a lot from our area, pardon me, that services the Wichita area and also goes south and east all the way to Missouri. Currently, we have a unique situation where we have a number of our competitors that are out of production, that are moving. And so we're facing an extreme shortage of sand at the time, and we're having a hard time meeting the demands. And so we just ask that be considered. Approving this will allow us to continue production and to help keep the costs down for the local construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the agent or applicants? Saying none, thank you very much for your comments. We'll be bringing it back for the commission. Is there any comments from the commission? Saying no comments, is there a motion on this, Commissioner Warren?
I'm I'm gonna make a motion that we approve with the conditions set forth by staff. I find it disturbing that a city government would come in so late into the process and change the rules of the game and try to make that change at the last minute. So I would move that we approve the staff report and the conditions therein.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Warren for approval for staff recommendations and comments. Is there a second? We have a second by Commissioner Zimmelman. Is there any additional comments? Seeing none, we'll call the motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 13-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
would it be appropriate to find out what item these people are, majority of them are here for, so that you might hear them before you leave?
We could ask, how many people are here to hear 4.8? We have one person for 4.8. Yeah, that's the PUD 2026. We have one or two people over there. We have 4.10, which is zoning in the county. Well, where'd it go?
Mr. Chairman, you're probably not gonna have time to get it in before you leave anyway, so I'll withdraw my request.
Okay, appreciate it. But we have 10 minutes before we're gonna have to, Director Wado.
Yes, sir. Would it be okay to take a quick check to see who's gonna depart and who will be remaining, just to check and see if we would have a quorum?
Yes, we'll do that by a show of hands. All the commissioners that are gonna be leaving here shortly, please raise your hand. And I know Commissioner McKay will be leaving. We still have 8. Okay, Commissioner Hyde, do you have a comment?
No, if we weren't going to have a quorum, I was going to stay. I think we have a quorum.
With you staying, we would have 8, correct?
Even with him, if Mr. High leaves, I believe we will have 8, because we have 13 members right now.
We can
We
lose
counted
5.
5 who raised their hands, and that included Mr. High, right?
Okay, but Commissioner McKay is not here and he will be leaving. So did you count him? And,
Because it was Mr. High, Mr. Austin, Mr. Aldrich, Mr. Zimbelman, and Mr. McKay who would be departing.
right,
That's
but
5.
also Commissioner Klaus is gonna be leaving. Yeah, let's let. Okay. Okay, let's show hands on who is going to stay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there will not be a, there will not be a quorum.
If Commissioner High, you did not raise your hand for, you would be staying, correct? Can we try that again, if
Yes.
you don't mind?
Okay, last time. It's not that difficult. For those who are going to be staying, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is not going to be a quorum, so we don't have time to even start the other case right here. So what we will be doing for the cases that we cannot hear, they will be deferred to May 28th. And it's my understanding that those cases will be put on the top of the agenda.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and change.
You know,
Okay, now we have a quorum, so anything I said before, disregard.
well, wait a minute. I don't feel comfortable with just a small number we have available, even if it is a quorum.
But that's what the bylaws allow for. So, we will be hearing the cases. There will be a quorum, and Commissioner Fry will be taking over as acting chair. Since we only have 5 more minutes, I think that those commissioners who are going to leave, now would be give us a little bit of a moment here to get our stuff together. I'm hurrying. Oh, where? We're going to, what's the guys?
So our next case will be item 4.8. Is the agent applicant present for 4.8? You are here? Good.
Now's the time to.
Christine, we'll give him a couple minutes to clear out, and then we can start.
Again, we apologize to the public, but this is something that's not avoidable.
Yeah, Christina, you can go ahead and begin, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Fry, Christina Reith with planning staff here to present PUD 2609. The applicant is requesting a zone change from manufactured housing to planned unit development on a 73-acre site on the northeast corner of South Greenwich and East Waterman Street. The subject site is currently developed with 2 manufactured home parks. They are requesting this zone change in order to allow manufactured homes in conjunction with a recreational vehicle campground. So this may look familiar to a lot of you commissioners, and just as a recap, the application for a very similar request went to the Planning Commission on September 25th of last year. The recommendation of the commission was to approve the request with a 4th condition to clarify the screening requirements. And then during public comment, there were concerns about the general upkeep of the facility, and the complaints that the public expressed during the hearing can be directed to MABCD or neighborhood inspection and is not necessarily a land use violation. On October 13th, DAB 2 heard the request and recommended a denial of the application. And then on November 6th, the Wichita City Council denied the application. And then January of this year, MAPC held a special review of this case to determine whether or not it can be heard less than 1 year after the decision of the governing body or Wichita City Council. And the Planning Commission determined that their request to have 13% of the subject site area dedicated for RVs, as opposed to 50% in the initial application, is substantially different and could therefore reapply 6 months after the denial decision from the City Council. So as I mentioned earlier, they are looking to occupy approximately 13% of the subject site area. And so that would not exceed a maximum of 70 recreational vehicle spaces. And there are currently 540 lots on the subject site. So Planning Commission determined this is substantially different because it was initially going to have 270 lots dedicated to RVs. So as you can see in the site plan here submitted by the applicant, the proposed RV campground would be integrated into the existing community and utilize the current infrastructure on site. Uses permitted by right would be those allowed in manufactured house district zoning, which includes a manufactured home park in addition to an RV campground. I lost my place here. No spacing or no camping spaces for tents shall be permitted on site. And then staff recommends that a PUD amendment be required for all uses that normally require a conditional use in the manufactured housing zoning district. So this includes accessory apartments, assisted living, community assembly, neighborhood swimming pools, and ancillary parking areas. The PUD's lighting, parking, screening, and signage standards default to the language set forth in the zoning code. Since the subject site is adjacent to a residential zoning district, lighting sources shall be limited to 15 feet in height within 200 feet of residential zoning. And signage shall be per the manufactured housing district regulations in the Wichita Sign Code. And then in the manufactured housing district, all structures within a manufactured home park, whether permanent or temporary, would be set back at least 25 feet from the public streets rights of way, at least 20 feet from all other lot lines, and at least 5 feet from interior private roadways. The character of the neighborhood is commercial and industrial near the arterial street and residential away from the arterial street. So everything you see here in red in white and yellow is zoned residential, and everything you see in purple and pink is industrial and commercial respectively. So a little bit of case history. In 1968, the subject site was platted as Block 1 of the Park Village Addition. And in 2025, the Wichita City Council denied the zone change to PUD for this applicant. The requested zone change is in conformance with the Wichita Future Growth Concept Map. The map identifies the area to be appropriate for residential, and new employment uses. Staff is recommending approval of the application subject to the provisions of the Park Village Planned Unit Development PUD number 162 and the conditions listed in your staff report. And this recommendation is based on the golden factors, which are on pages 4 and 5 of your staff report. Since then, I have received comments from the public, some of which are integrated into the report that you received last week, and a new comment that I received earlier this week that is printed out and in front of you. And they're mainly concerns about the operation of the manufactured home park as it currently stands. So with that, I will go to site photos. This is looking south towards the site from East Douglas Avenue. Next slide, please. This is looking south as well from East Douglas Avenue, 73 acres, so there's a lot to photograph. Next slide, please. This is looking east towards the site from South Greenwich Road. Next slide, please. This is looking west away from the site. Next slide, please. This is looking south away from the site towards East Waterman Street and some of the residences on East Waterman Street. Next slide, please. This is looking south away from the site towards a commercial area. Next slide, please. This is looking north away from the site towards some more residential houses. Next slide, please. Looking north away from the site again. Next slide, please. This is looking north from East Waterman Street. Next slide, please. This is looking north again. Next slide, please. And that concludes my site photos. And with that, I will stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Any members of the commission? Commissioner Joe Johnson.
Could you explain again what the pink line is?
The pink line indicates the city limits for Wichita. Everything outside of that, so if you can see my mouse here where it says Sedgwick County, everything south and east of this pink line here represents unincorporated Sedgwick County. Over here is also unincorporated Sedgwick County. Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Duell.
I may have missed the detail, but what has changed in this application since the city declined the previous application?
So the two key takeaways are that previously they wanted up to 50% of the allocated lots in the manufactured home park to be dedicated to recreational vehicle campground or RVs. And they have since reduced that in this application to 13% of the area. And additionally, there is a stipulation, and this is on page 9 of your staff report, that for the purposes of this PUD, recreational vehicle occupancy requires a 3-month minimum stay.
Any other commissioners? Seeing none, thank you. Christina, we'll now ask the applicant agent to come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Lance Onstop, Professional Engineering Consultants, agent on behalf of the applicant, 303 South Topeka, Wichita, Kansas. So as always, we appreciate staff's thoroughness in their staff report and agree with the report, the recommendations for approval. So I'll kind of touch base on some substantial changes just to make sure we're all on the same page on what those are. So obviously a fairly significant scale reduction going from 50% allowable RV campground, or 50% of the property being having RV campground uses permitted down to 13%, so 270 roughly that would be available to 70. The other major substantial change that was really informed throughout the public process, which I'll cover here in a little bit, some additional steps that the owner has taken regarding engagement, is before there was no defined location for RV campground uses. So obviously with a change, as you can see on the site plan, this is an isolated, defined, strategically located area where RV uses are only permitted. Strategically located, obviously, to be internal to the site, to minimize any sort of impact that may or may not be possible by adding these. So obviously, as was mentioned by staff, the nature of the use has also been substantially changed. So we've defined that. We heard a lot of comments throughout the process about concerns about the transient nature or perceived transient nature of RV uses. So we've added language into the PUD defining that a minimum stay of 3 months is required. Hopefully much longer than that, but a minimum stay of 3 months. So collectively, we've substantially reduced the intensity. We've tried to provide both the owner of the property, existing residents of the park, and neighbors with some predictability by further establishing and defining various aspects of this within the PUD, with the intent of hoping to better integrate this use into the existing neighborhood. In addition, because obviously we've been through, a number of steps as part of this process, once we came to you guys to get to the substantial revision determination, the owner took it upon themselves to hold a separate neighborhood information meeting. We sent invitations to 150 properties adjacent to the property, inviting them to just a neighborhood meeting on February 18th. So we had 4 individuals attend that meeting, in addition to 2 ownership representatives, the property management representative that actually manages the property, and then the on-site community manager as well. So I'd say 95% of that conversation resulted around property upkeep and operations, not necessarily RV uses, which is kind of obviously a general theme of this process up to this point. Things such as trash management, noise, mowing, general upkeep. So what we took from that is reflected in the PUD. So that's where we discussed and developed the minimum stay requirements based on that conversation. We presented our thoughts on this isolated area to the neighborhood, and what you see is reflected of that conversation. We've added language into the PUD that requires all RVs have self-contained bathroom requirements, which was not part of the PUD originally. There's also added PUD language in there to make sure that all RVs are roadworthy and meet certain aesthetic and maintenance and upkeep requirements of the units themselves. And then we heard concerns about propane usage. So there's further definition and requirements regarding propane usage in the PUD as it is now. So again, I just briefly talk about some of the other things that we've heard. Traffic is something that we've heard throughout this process. So using the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, which is generally what we use as a resource to predict or project traffic generation. So mobile homes, per that manual, are expected to generate 4.8 trips per day. RV campground uses are expected to produce less. So the transition from this small pocket of area from mobile home uses or manufactured home uses to RVs actually probably would project from a transportation perspective to reduce the amount of vehicle trips in the area. we can address some of what we heard at DAB and at the city council, but I think I'll let the neighbors talk and then and respond. But I think generally what I would end with is, although we are very conscientious, aware of the concerns about operations and maintenance, we do believe and reiterate that code enforcement, nuisance code violations should remain separate from land use decisions. So with that, I'll stand with any questions.
Thank you, Lance. Just to be clear before I open up to other commissioners, the current Park Village is 540 units,
Correct.
and this is a reduction to 70.
So there's the Park Village as a whole will hold 540 manufactured homes. We're, through the PUD, are asking that 70, those maximum of 70 of the available 540 to be allowed to have RVs.
And my eyes aren't as young as they used to be, but the distance from the area to the arterial streets, is it 300 feet? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, so the distance, basically the effective setback is 340 feet to Douglas, 337 feet to Waterman, and 857 feet from Greenwich.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Joe Johnson.
I have a couple questions. Where ingress and egress are on the, what streets? Waterman and Douglas, or both?
Both. And then there's access to Greenwich as well.
Oh, there is, okay. And my other question is, how do you police people's 3 months?
Through lease agreements.
So if they want to break the lease, they can leave, right?
Technically, I would imagine so, yes. So operational enforcement, definitely not my expertise, but that's the answer that I have for you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Warren?
In essence, you guys are looking for a kind of a fresh start. What are you, talk to me about some of the things that you're doing in the area, you're going to do in the area to dress it up and clean it up, and take care of the perception of what the property has now.
Yeah, happy to. So I actually received this updated number from the owner last week. So the park currently is 28% occupied. So they have a vacancy concern, right? So this is part of their strategy to address that occupancy, to generate the additional revenue to make more improvements. In addition to what we're talking about here with RVs, they're currently in the process of installing 43 new manufactured home units. Those will all be aligned directly adjacent, in those lots adjacent to Douglas, Greenwich, and Waterman. So the combination of the RV uses and the new homes that are being installed will hopefully fund the capital improvements within the site that they need for amenities and roads and signage and lighting and all the things that not only the neighbors want, but the owner wants as well.
Commissioner Williams Bay?
Will this new RV park be fenced?
It will not be physically separated from the remainder of the manufactured home park.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mader?
You mentioned new homes that are being moved in. Will those be homes for rent, or will they be sold to occupants?
They will be available for purchase, correct? So whether it's,
But will they, they're also available for rental?
So their model is purchase only.
Okay, purchase only. They're moving them in on speculation of sale.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other commissioner questions, thank you. We'll now open it up for public. If there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on this, please come to the podium and give us your name and address, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Sure, my name is Peter Howell. I'm at 11416 East Douglas Avenue, Wichita, 67206. I submitted some information again since the 2025 opposition. That opposition notice, which is not part of your staff summary, did contain a minimum of 10 signatures on that. So it stands today that we have not changed our opposition. I also like to point out in some of this information here and bring to the commission's notice that 3 of us didn't even get notice of this meeting. I just learned of it Tuesday when my neighbor said he got a letter So he had a letter that talked about this, it got it Monday, and so we didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this, but I did want to point that out. And also, you know, again, reemphasize again that the DAB voted 9-0 on this back in 2025 to, you know, deny this request for RV parking. We still stand that it's more related to, you know, the fact that Kellogg has a major construction project coming in. They're going to need places for more transient workers to come in during that, you know, minimal time frame, that it's not really to help them generate. Obviously, it could generate them some revenue, but I don't think it's the purpose that us residents nearby should have to deal with just because they're trying to find a way, instead of encouraging people to buy these homes, that they're saying the intent is to buy them, sell them, but that's an intent. We don't have any reason to believe that that's what's really going to happen. They don't enforce the rules they have now. Even the rules they have now, when they're questioned by us residents, they'll reply that they're merely guidelines and not rules. Therefore, they're not being enforced. I'd also like to point out from your own staff recommendation section that the suitability of the subject property with its restrictions does not allow for recreational vehicle campgrounds. It's even stated in your staff summary. And it also makes a note that we reiterate the detrimental effect to the nearby properties. We've all suffered over 40% in property tax increases in the past 2 years. And here we're going to have to deal with this. I'd say that we got some property tax issues there. I'd also like to point out that, you know, starting on page 3, we talk about new employment, and it does not fit the standard. I don't know if they're implying to the 2035 plan or just the standard. And I'd also like to point out that, you know, there's record in here that says it's been vacant since 1968. That seems kind of broad. This trailer park's been around since 1968, and it's always had trailers in it. In fact, I lived there with my brother Mike in 1979. It was a nice park. The rules were enforced, and it was full. The problem is it's not been for a decade or two, been kept up, maintained, possibly through 2 or 3 owners. And I recommend again that this commission go back to the 2025 decision also and say, hey, you need to deny this applicant. Thank you.
Mr. Howell, could you give me your address one more time? And show me using the mouse where your residence is?
I am right here. Okay, it's 11416 East Douglas Avenue.
Okay, we're checking the records to make sure you would have received proper notification.
Yeah, I have a locked mailbox, so unless somebody reached their hand into it past a security lever, it didn't come.
Well, we're double checking, so.
Okay,
Next speaker.
thank you.
Again, your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Howell. I also live right next to my brother Pete at 11400 East Douglas, Wichita, Kansas, 67206. I'm on the corner of Dow and Douglas, which is right next to his property. I recently built this house 6 years ago. The cost of the house was $300,000 plus. Now, when I built this house, I was of the opinion that this is going to stay value-wise. The only thing I've seen is the property tax go up, not the neighborhood quality. And the trailer park has not been substantial enough to do anything for my property except decrease the market value. As far as the notification thing, I too also did not receive a notification letter of any kind. And this was kind of like on the fly to try to prepare for this particular meeting. I fail to understand why myself and my brother, Pete, did not receive written or electronic notification of this meeting purviewed by this design or honest oversight. Since the prior rezoning attempt, the current owners have made no improvements on the park and multiple violations are still in play. I reached out to the management team of the park about the deplorable conditions and violations of their own rules, and their response was that the rules of the park was a suggested guideline, which means they just enforce when they want to and what they want to. It's not addressing the issues that we're seeing every day across the street through a wrought iron fence, which makes a really nice view for us, being sarcastic there. Clearly shows the strong possibility that the same type of enforcement will be used if allowed to move in campers. I don't see that being an improvement. I see it just being a detriment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker?
My name is Rex Beals. I live at 11407 East Waterman, and I did not get an announcement either of this meeting. They sent it, but they sent it to a vacant lot that I own. I bought a house and had it tore down, and the county, because just last week when I went to pay the taxes on it, they said that vacant lots don't have an address. But amazingly, they sent this notice to my vacant lot, not to my house. And that's one thing. Then the Greenwich is the last gateway you have in Sedgwick County on the east side, going north. You have a 127th, but it doesn't go clear through because of the bypass. 143rd and 159th are already taken up by housing. So as far as a gateway, Greenwich is your last opportunity here. And this trailer court, they say they want to make it into a legacy trailer court. Well, I've never in my life heard of a trailer court described as a legacy. It's been an eyesore for the last 10, 20 years. There's a trailer over on Greenwich, and it's actually dropped in half. It fell off the blocks and it dropped in half, and it's just sitting there. A couple weeks ago, over at Textron, they had a big meeting or announcement deal. They're going to start building the Army's next helicopter over there. It's a helicopter that'll fly twice as far and twice as fast as any helicopter going right now. And that's what they had to look at, was that dropped in half trailer when they walked out. They also have a serious drug problem. This last week, they must have got a bad load of drugs, because over the weekend and Monday, they had 4 EMS calls over there hauling drug overdoses out. And the rent for this trailer court is far in excess of what any other trailer court is. The one down the street that's just as nice or nicer, their rent is about $300 a month. This one charges $600 a month, and that money goes in a pipeline to New Jersey to the owners. It's not benefiting Wichita or Sedgwick County in any way. It's just a pipeline of money out of town. And I've talked to some state legislatures about having out-of-state property tax. If you're an out-of-state and you come here to hunt or fish, you pay double or triple what an in-state resident pays. If you come here to go to school, college, you pay double or more what a resident pays. And I don't see why we can't have tax set up like that. If you're going to take money out of our state, you may have to leave a little more on the table. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Beals? Seeing none, next speaker.
My name's Larry Hiskin. I live at 11426 East Douglas, 67206. I've lived there 68 years. I'm not here to complain. I've complained 2 or 3 times already. We were invited to a meeting by the other guys last year, and we were promised that they'd fix the fence so we wouldn't have to look at nothing. I don't know what they did wrong. They haven't done me one thing. They haven't fixed no fence. I have new pictures of people out there just urinating in the streets, waking up the next morning, 24, 48 beer cans laying in the street, in the yards, the wind just blowing them into our neighbor. But if we say anything, we get retaliated on, you know. That's all I got to say. It's on the books.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, next speaker. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We'll ask the applicant agent to come back for a rebuttal. You'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think I would start by saying I think a lot of the concerns regarding operation, maintenance, activity, I think that actually through this proposal, will actually get quite a bit better. So with it not being necessarily germane to a land use application, I think that's all I would say. The other thing that I would like to address is just the DAB meeting that was that was held the first time. So the three primary concerns of the DAB, as it was mentioned, were the transient nature of the proposal, instability or perceived instability that would be caused by the proposal, and the lack of a clearly defined location. So I won't go over all those details of the revisions from that point till today, but we've worked really hard to get this PUD in a place that addresses the concerns that we can address through zoning, hence the definition or the minimum stay requirement. So that, if not, it would be an enforceable zoning violation at that point. So we've worked to incorporate resident concern, district advisory board concern, and then city council concern. As they stated, transient nature, change in neighborhood character, and housing stability and tenure. The last thing I would say, about those is I don't think anyone has more of a vested interest in the improvement of this neighborhood, of this park, than the owners that own it. So, any questions? Any follow-up questions?
Yes, Commissioner Mader.
I'm a little disappointed there's no one from park management here to answer specific questions. I'm going to ask a little bit more about those homes that are going to be moved in. When they don't sell, if they don't sell, will they be rented? Do we know what's going on there? This seems like I'm not getting a feeling it's really going to solve the problem.
Yeah, I think it would, what is the definable problem that we're looking to solve there? Obviously there's a financial risk for the owners to purchase these new homes and move them in. That's an investment risk that every developer or owner has. I think whether they're occupied or not, solves a lot of the visual concerns from neighbors.
I guess if they're willing to are able to put up the final financial risk of putting new homes in, why have they not put up the financial effort that it takes to clean the park up, to get rid of the junk home that we've heard's fallen into, to clean the trash up, to enforce what's going on? I don't see that we can count on them to bring this money in when until that point they're not willing to spend any money on it. I'm having a problem with the current experiences boding well for the future.
And I think those are valid and understandable, and I can't speak and answer to all of that as the agent, right? But I think the question.
I'm wishing there'd be someone from management here to speak.
Yeah, and they've been here a couple times. They were not able to make it this time, so they've indicated their ability and willingness to make an appearance at a later date, but it didn't work for this one. But I think bluntly, again, I think upkeep of an existing property, I think it's a question towards its germaneness into the proposal.
Commissioner Joe Johnson.
Yeah, I'd like to second the concern of not having the owner here. I mean, you can say certain things, but obviously you don't speak for the owner from an operational standpoint. Would it be out of line to defer this until the owner could be here? I mean, this is a major deal.
Director Wadle.
Yes, sir. In terms of process, because this is a public hearing, if you did want to defer it, I would recommend that you do it to a date certain. Just that way, people who want to participate in the process are aware of when that meeting would happen.
Lance, do you have an idea of when those units are going to start getting placed?
I don't.
Do you have access to the owner's schedule that you could guarantee that they could be here on a certain date? Because if we defer it, we have to have it on a date.
I do
just
not.
Can't say 2 weeks or 4 weeks. I have to have a date.
Yeah, I don't. I can't confirm attendance at that date, but I think if that's the will of the commission, I think we schedule it for that time. If they're not able to make it, I'm local. I'll make it and request deferral to a date that they can make it.
Commissioner Duell.
I have trouble with, with deferring this to allow the owners to be in here. There is a history of many years with that park, I assume, and I don't know how long these people have owned it, that doesn't indicate to me that having them here to tell what is going to happen in the future, as we've heard in some detail, is going to change things much.
Would we be in a position of requiring a surety bond or something? That certain things would be done.
Commissioner Johnson, may I speak? Thank you. So you're questioning whether this body can require a surety bond to ensure that violations in the park that may currently exist are corrected? Thank you. There's some on.
That's a bad thing to get, that's not our job.
Feels like it's
Correct.
overstepping our responsibilities a little bit.
Correct. Based on the case that's in front of us, that would not be in our purview at this time.
Valid question, but Commissioner Warren.
I got some comments, but are we through with the speaker?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, appreciate that. We'll return it back to the commission for discussion. Before we go any further, I do want to check with staff to check on the notification for the 4 residents that addressed their concern.
Yes, sir. Just as background for everyone, the Unified Zoning Code requires when there's a question that comes up about notification and whether it was done correctly, it requires the Planning Commission to vote on whether or not it was the notification was done substantially in compliance with what's required. Staff have done a review of the notification. We've heard indications that certain individuals did not receive it. And through that review, we've identified, well, and I want to talk a little bit more about the process too. The applicant, as part of the application, is required to submit to us a list of property owners within a certain distance, depends on the size of the application area. They're supposed to get from the title company a list of all the property owners within that distance. They did provide us with that list. We have reviewed that list, and we found that all 4 individuals who spoke today, they were identified as property owners and did have mailing addresses associated with that on that list. Likewise, we also reviewed the labels for the letters, and we found that, again, those addresses and names were listed on those labels. The applicant is responsible for getting us the list. The planning department is responsible for preparing the letters and sending out the letters. So to the best of our knowledge, it appears that that did happen as is required.
So with that said, I make a motion to say that we find staff is in compliance with proper notification.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Did we have another comment down here? Commissioner Warren?
I guess I'm looking at this a little bit different. If we do nothing, we're concerned about giving the approval to go forward because we don't know for sure that it's going to have improvements. And I understand that. But the flip side of that is if we do nothing, what's been going on will continue to go on and only get worse. So we've got somebody willing to come in and at least do the work of going through the process to try to get the approval, which tells me that there's an amount of interest that we haven't had in the past. And I'm inclined to move to approve the request to get the ball rolling down what I can say is the only opportunity we've seen in a long time for positive improvement.
Okay, seeing no more discussion, would you like to make a motion to proceed?
I move that we approve the request in accordance with staff report.
Second. Seeing no substitute motions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion to approve per staff recommendations, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, we're gonna have to probably have a show of hands real quick. Even though we only have 8 of us. All in favor, please raise your hand. And all opposed, raise your hand.
Abstain?
Are you gonna, well, so you're gonna have to disclose your reason for abstain since you've been part of the discussion.
My son owns property in the area.
In that area, not that park?
Area.
Was it your son within the notice area? No, you're gonna have to vote.
I'll vote no.
So with a no vote, that's 4-4. Is that correct?
I show 4-4.
So a tie vote is denial. All right, well, thank you all for attending. Appreciate your comments. Next case.
Good afternoon, Christina Reith with planning staff again. Just to provide a brief update, since we've heard this case several times now. So since the last case on April 23rd, I had the opportunity to sit down with the tenant. So now the tenant and the owner of the property are aware of the conditions of approval and they understand them. And the tenant is here to elaborate upon that a little bit more. In terms of fencing, they are actually willing to rescind the request of the waiver, so for screening. And then they are aware of contacting environmental services, providing a revised site plan, and then they already have an on-site pest control. So those are some of the conditions of approval that were included in the alternative conditions of approval. And so with that, I will stand for any questions.
So Christine, if I understand you correctly, on the conditional use conditions of approval, they are in agreement with all of those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions for staff?
Just a second to read, to bring myself back up on what those are.
Those are over here. Mr. Johnson?
Do you have pictures available?
Pictures of what, sorry?
That
Yes, let's go through the site photos quickly, please. This is looking west towards the site. Next slide, please. This is looking east away from the site. Next slide, please. This is looking north towards the site from Mount Vernon. Next slide, please. And this is looking south across from Mount Vernon.
All right, thank you. We'll now ask the applicant and agent to come forward. If there's anything you want to add, you'll have up to 10 minutes. Please give us your name and address for the record. Handouts? Yeah, if you could just give them to Philip, he'll pass them out. We're not going to start your clock until he gets back to the seat. And I wouldn't do that to you, sir. Okay, you can begin.
Okay, how you doing? Again, I'm the tenant from the property. My name is Justice. Property is 1961 South Broadway, corner Broadway and Mount Vernon. Packet I handed out. The top piece is the revised, the site plan that I was told to make. So it shows you the property. It shows you the street of Mount Vernon Avenue, then the street of, or Mount Vernon Street, and then the street of Broadway Avenue. So I know in the initial, I guess the requirements, it asked for the parking spaces. So I actually went through a company for the fencing and parking spaces. And the dashed lines in the back will show you where the fencing would go. I didn't have them start to install it just in case, if it's denied, I didn't want to spend the money and then not be able to get the money back. But within 60, I know they had said how fast could you get it up? Within 60 days, everything could be done. So the dash lines in the back will show where the fencing will go. It shows the storages. No tires will be kept outside at all. Everything will be stored inside, not outside, but still inside the fenced area. In the front, it shows you'll see the parking spaces that will be marked and labeled, and it also has as you can see through the arrows, it has the directional lines to show you which way traffic will flow. Yeah, I mean, mostly from the south side of the building flowing out towards Broadway. But we have you have entry parking from the Broadway side, which is the east side of the building, as well as the south side of the building from the Mount Vernon side. You also have an alleyway entrance that's on the west side, the back or west side of the building. So with that being said, the photos that you see, the first photos you see here, if you look at the building, this is what the building looked like before I moved to the building. The building looked like this for over 22 years. Graffiti all over the side, 3-4 different colors, gray, tan, white. As you can see, there weren't very many signs or anything to make the building look appealing to the community. And then if you go, there's a couple pages where you'll see just more photos of the building from different directions, the front, the side, from before I moved into the property. This view here, this aerial view here that you see, this is within the first 2 months that I moved into the property, before I was able to get outside storage and actually, paint the buildings and such like that. So since then, like I said, that's the first 2 months. We've been open almost 18 months now. So the following photos from the side view of the building and the front as well, you'll see the building's been painted, signage has been added, everything's cleaned up. There's no tires whatsoever in the back, on the ground, outside, anywhere. The storage containers I've recently just painted those just to give them make them more appealing to the outside, stuff like that. All that, you can see I know previously there was something said about tires over this fence line. As you can see, the fence line that's in between the two buildings, there's no tires or anything right there sticking over the top. And then you have like nighttime photos just to show, how the appealingness of the property, even in the nighttime, the lighting, stuff like that we put up. As they said, this is the last packet is a petition from the community. We went around just I believe it's over 40 signatures. I had another packet, they weren't able to make it with that packet, but this is over 40 signatures here, just showing, over 40 people in that area that actually, signed that we talked to them hand in hand. This is not something that was sent in the mail and they signed it and sent it. We went door to door and told them who we were, the business we owned, and what we offered the community, and all of them agreed that, they did like the business and would like to keep it in the area. There's also with those signatures, let me see. Oh, and you guys, I don't actually have it here. You guys have it though. Attached to one of you guys' packets is you can see just some of the reviews. We have over 400 reviews and almost 5.0 rating on Google. I believe it's 5.7. But you guys can read some of the reviews in your packets. Everybody has different reviews, just so I give you guys a mixture of what people would say about, the business and whether they liked it for the community, stuff like that. So in agreement with them, we do have pest control. And I mean, I don't know if I need a receipt or something from the pest company or whatever, but we have pest control. They brought out the boxes that they put around the building, for the rodents, things like that. They also sprayed for spiders, mosquitoes as well. We don't keep tires outside, so we're not really worried about mosquitoes too much, but we still have them spray. The fencing, we will be putting up the fencing, and the parking spaces will also be added. Anything else, we can do or we need to do to get within compliance, like I said, we're in agreement to do everything I can, and we can.
Thank you, Justice. Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Duell, and then we'll go to Commissioner Williams-Bey.
A question for staff. Is the name of the applicant on here the property owner? And further, it seems when we discussed this before, there was an issue about the property owner versus the tenant making the application. So my second question is a tenant of the property considered a qualified agent for the applicant?
Jenna Morgan, City Legal. In this case, I would say yes. At the first hearing, I believe the applicant appeared and indicated that at the second hearing, the applicant and the business owner, so the gentleman here, would appear. So in this case, yes.
I would also add in answer to that question that earlier today, when the tenant was not here, nor was the owner, we contacted the owner, and the owner indicated that the tenant was going to be here. So from that stance, I understand that the tenant is acting in the interest of the owner.
Commissioner Williams-Bey.
Yes, just so I'm clear, there will be no tires stored outside. They will all be stored in the storage units, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for staff also. In the application, we talk about storage of salvage materials. Is it possible to say tires only rather than storage?
In the conditional use conditions, that's item number 1.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah. Wrecking salvage will only pertain to the storage of used tires. And you're in agreement with that, correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on to make sure he's finished. Done?
But in item number 2, it indicates storage of salvage materials.
I believe, so essentially condition number 1 defines the salvage material as used tires, and then condition number 2 just identifies that the site plan has to identify where that storage is located.
Okay, but
So they can only store used tires, and then the site plan has to show where that storage location is.
Okay.
Commissioner Mader.
Thank you for bringing all this information today. It looks to me like you've put a ton of effort into it. And I'm concerned that your effort doesn't go to naught. I believe that if we were to approve this today, enforcement would be by complaint. Am I correct? Only upon complaint? Usually, typically, I mean, that's what it would be.
That is generally correct, yes.
Okay, so with all the people that'll be here today to speak against it, you know that every one of them or anyone else will file a complaint very quickly if this isn't perfect.
Oh, yes.
So as long as are you comfortable with that, that you feel like you can make this happen, knowing that people will be looking over your shoulder?
Yes. I mean, I have no choice. So.
Thank you, thank you.
Commissioner Bill Johnson, did you have a question?
I was just curious if there was additional speakers.
We'll get to it, yep. Any more questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Public comment? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Going once? Good. No public speakers. We will bring it back to the commission for discussion.
I move
Commissioner
for,
Bill, hold on, I got hands up down here. Commissioner Bill Johnson.
I want to move to approve with all the work that's went into this. When we first heard this, I didn't think there was much of a chance this ever flying, and I really appreciate what the individual did.
second.
Second, Commissioner Williams-Bey, did you have a comment?
In a second, but fine.
Yeah, I just want to echo the comments that have been made for the applicant. Thank you for being patient and understanding with this body, and appreciate all the work that you've put into it. With that, we're going to have a vote. All in favor? Oh, wait.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Well, at this point, it's because it's an alternative and it's not the staff recommendation, so alternative findings are needed. So
Technically true.
so far, based on the conversation, the alternative findings that I've heard so far is that it will not have a detrimental impact to the neighbors based on the improvements in the site plan and the other conditions that are associated with it.
Does our motion and second agree with that?
Absolutely.
And also with the comments that, what was there, 30, 40 neighborhood signatures that are on it, so I feel very comfortable.
Okay. Legal, we're good? We can proceed with the vote?
Who had the second? Me?
You did.
Sure.
And
Yes, I agree.
Between the Johnsons, Joe and Bill.
And also, while we're there, clarification about whether or not it includes, so the motion does include the protective overlay, or the conditions that are recommended as
Right.
part of the.
I did hear that.
And the protective overlay that's listed on there.
Yes.
With all that said, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Good luck. Next item.
This is ZON, I'm sorry. Do you want me to hold off until Mr. Bill Johnson, or Mr. Joe Johnson comes back?
I think we should.
Okay.
Is our applicant agent present for this one? Yeah, we still have 5 to go. Okay, I think we have everyone back. We have a quorum. Christina, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Zone 2606. The applicant requests a zone change from single-family residential in the county, SF20, to multifamily residential, MF29. The property is a little bit under an acre in size, and it's on the north side of West 53rd Street North, and then 3/4 of a mile west of North Meridian. The property is currently undeveloped. The applicant is requesting a zone change for multifamily development on site. This morning, he sent me an email with a proposed site plan, and that was distributed to you guys this afternoon. And the zone change request, if approved, would introduce a higher density of housing to an area developed with low-density residential dwellings. The maximum density in MF29 zoning is 29 dwelling units per acre. The development standards, if approved, would also change, as you can see on page 2 of your staff report. The applicant would be required to install screening. And the Unified Zoning Code requires compatibility height and setback standards for side and rear lot lines of properties zoned multifamily MF18 residential district or less restrictive when they are within 500 feet of a property zoned TF3 or more restrictive. And this is essentially to prevent buildings that are too tall from being too close to the property line. The character of the neighborhood is low-density residential, which is a huge factor into our recommendation of denial today. To the north, everything that you see here in this peach tan color is zoned SF20 and is undeveloped, at least to the north. And then to the south, that's within the city of Wichita, that's zoned office warehouse in the dark green, and then white is single family. And then to the east and west are also zoned SF20. There are no zoning cases associated with this property. Did you have a question, Mr. Johnson? Yes, that is. Oh, because I wrote the wrong case number. Thank you. I apologize. The requested zoning is in partial conformance with the community investments plan. The Wichita Future Growth Concept Map identifies the area to be appropriate for new residential uses. So that does include multifamily development. So in terms of the Future Growth Concept Map, it is in conformance. However, the locational guidelines of the Community Investments Plan, those that provide a decision-making framework regarding land use changes, state that higher intensity development should be discouraged from locating in areas of existing lower intensity development, particularly established low-density residential areas. Staff is recommending denial of the zone change request based on the golden factors that are listed on pages 3 and 4 of your staff report. At the time the staff report was prepared, a representative from MABCD submitted a comment regarding on-site utilities restricting the allowable density on-site, and that is on page 5 of your staff report. Should the MAPC recommend approval of the zone change request, we have a recommended protective overlay, and that city water and sewer services are required on site before more than one occupancy permit is issued. So let's go to some of the site photos. This is looking north towards the site. This is across West 53rd Street North. Next slide, please. This is looking east away from the site down West 53rd Street. And next slide, please. This is looking west away from the site. Next slide, please. And this is looking south. And with that, I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Christina, we have not had this case before us from a different applicant. That was further east, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that was for to go to commercial.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, Christina. We'll ask the applicant agent to come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 10 minutes.
I almost want to say good morning because we've been here for so long, but good afternoon. Brent Clark with SCH. Address is 3122 North Cypress Street, Suite 300 here in Wichita, Kansas, 67226. Before I get started, I do want to thank you all for serving on this board. As a recovering city administrator, I understand how much goes into your work and efforts, and this has been a really exhilarating meeting, so thank you so much. Here, the applicant has hired SEH, which is an engineering firm, to help them come up with the design and the overall layout, which was presented to you with that beautiful 3-story structure from our architects. Of course, what's in front of you today is the rezoning case side of this property and looking at rezoning it to the multifamily. Within a third of a mile, there's already currently high-density residential that has been built over there by Walmart, if you're familiar with the area. I still live in Valley Center, Kansas. I drive through this area every day, almost on our way to Mays. And so this area is continuing to develop on the north side of Wichita. We are going to comply with all the staff recommendations and extend the water and sewer. We do have engineers' estimates prepared for that as well. What you see here on your drawing is 4 separate buildings. These are going to be kind of like row homes with garages. If the rezoning, of course, we'll massage this if the rezoning is approved. Looking at larger actual units than what you see, and so this would be a unique area here in the northern part of Wichita with 1760 square foot, a 3-bed, 2.5 bath type of home for our residents. It'll be nice area as the north does continue to grow with Walmart over there. I don't know if you've been up there with Dollar General, Brahms. There's additional commercial happening in that area. So right now it does look like a clean slate. That's because a lot of the older structures that were over in that area have been wiped clean. And there are a lot of investment property owners acquiring most of the lots over here. And that's what my applicant that's here today with us has done, and looking to build something that will be a very nice community for families that will then be in the 262 school district, since it is in that area north of 53rd Street, I believe. And so I will kind of stand for any questions that you might have after kind of looking at these things, but we do expect or do anticipate upon approval of the rezoning case that we will again extend the water and sewer from Wichita. We will install a 6-foot privacy fence around the entire property, so the screening will be complied with, and then any other staff recommendations. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Brent. Any questions for the applicant agent? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now open it up for public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on this case? Seeing none, we'll return it back to the commission for discussion and consideration. Give it a minute. Christina, just a quick question for you. To the south, that is zoned office warehouse. Didn't we just change that recently? And that would allow multifamily, correct?
That is correct. However, it has not gone through City Council.
Has not been approved yet. Philip.
Just a little bit more specifics. It went to the District Advisory Board 6 on Monday. They recommended approval. You guys considered it the end of April with a recommendation for approval. So it is now on its way to City Council on May 26th.
Thank you. And since this is, staff is recommending denial, if we have alternative approval, we have to give notice as to why, correct? Commissioner Warren?
Don't know who this question goes to. I'm looking at the drawing. I'm trying to figure out if there's enough room for a car to get into the garage as tight as that area is in there. Who decides how big of a car you put in? Here comes the agent. Good. Tell me.
Yep. And so, Commissioner, that would be looked at during the site plan, review process side of it. But I know it's a tough drawing to see, and I do have handouts that are in color. I'm not sure if you do or not, but in between, that driveway is going to be 20 foot in width, and so your typical city street is 24. 12 for each side of the street, typically. And so it's going to be 20 foot for the driveway itself as far as the width, and then the driveway apron is larger than that. And then, of course, we'll make sure that there's a fire truck turnaround. You have to have those. Public safety is near and dear to my heart, and so that will always make sure that those homes, if something does happen, that emergency services can access that area. So, there'll be 41 feet almost in between the buildings itself. Not sure if you can see it on this one. Otherwise, I do have handouts for everybody. I don't know if you can see it on that one. But so we'll comply with all those setbacks and minimum requirements during the site plan review, as I believe this is just the rezoning side. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then I'll speak up. All right. I'll take a attempt at this. So because the applicant is willing to agree to the alternative with the city water and sewer services before occupancy permit, the surrounding to the south rezoning, I move that we approve per staff recommendations.
Second.
Is that valid enough for you all?
Kirk Spons, Deputy County Councilor. If I could flesh that out a little bit. I assume your statement is partially because you believe some of that will mitigate concerns about potential community facilities, and also you're not concerned about adverse impact on surrounding neighbors?
Mainly because we heard that they were willing to agree to the sewer and water, and we had no objection from the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you. And then also, I would note that you previously commented, and it's been stated while not finalized, there is consideration of other zoning changes in the area that could potentially allow similar development.
Which I said that, but not as well as you just did.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So did we have a second?
Second.
Second by High. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Next case, please.
Good afternoon, Philip Zevenbergen for the record. Zone 2608 is a zone change request in the city from SF5 single-family residential to LI limited industrial. It is located on the west side of North Webb Road within a half mile south of East 45th Street North. The property address is 4225 North Webb Road. It encompasses 2 tax parcels, but up until now has been developed as a single property with a single family home, and the rest of it just open space, probably former agricultural use or just a large lot. The property is approximately 9.53 acres in size. The applicant is requesting the zone change in order to allow for future development, specifically warehousing. If you want to go to the site plan, please. Though a zone change does not require a site plan, the applicant did provide one. The applicant owns, so up here in the north is the subject site. These are the 2 tax parcels that encompass the zone change request. The applicant owns multiple properties to the south that are already zone limited industrial, and they have access to East 40th Street as well as North Webb Road. You can see that they're looking to do a larger development with 2 warehouses across the properties. This portion would already allow the warehousing, so that's not in question. They're just looking to allow for the additional warehouse structure to the north. The applicant is willing to, in the north 35 feet of the property, have a landscape buffer that's 1.5 times the requirement per the landscape code. That's 1 shade tree or 2 ornamental trees per 30 linear feet as opposed to 40 linear feet. That's in addition to a screening fence, which is the standard per the zoning code as well. The warehouse that would be on the subject side is 170,000 square feet in size, or is proposed. You can see the parking along Webb Road and kind of the loading docks and trucking yard in between the 2 proposed facilities. Effectively, if this were to come into limited industrial zoning, because it's under common ownership, this multiple sites can be developed as 1 zoning lot, essentially, where those property lines essentially disappear. Compatibility standards come into play as well regarding setbacks and height. On the north side, the maximum of a compatibility setback that the zoning code can require is 25 feet. If you go to the next picture that kind of the zoomed in You can see that the proposed building is 65 feet from the north property line, so that's more than double than the required compatibility setback. The subject site is in hazard zone A for the airport based on its location to Colonel James Jabbar Airport. That limits the height of any structure to 25 feet. If they look to exceed that, they would have to get a notice of no hazard determination by the Federal Aviation Administration. If they were allowed to exceed 25 feet, the compatibility height standard would come into play, which would then limit the height to 35 feet. There's a noise amplification compatibility standard, which in this case essentially would require any noise amplification for the human voice or music to not be heard within 500 feet of the site. Typically with like a trucking yard, you'd probably think of an outdoor speaker with any announcements. Again, that comes into play to where the volume of that would have to be quiet enough to not be heard within 500 feet of properties that are zoned SF5 or more, NO or more restrictive. So there's SF5 to the north and to the west, so that's where that 500-foot radius would apply to. There's screening and landscaping requirements. In this case, the landscaping along the north and the west, in addition to a landscape street yard and parking lot screening along North Webb Road. As we talked about, they're willing to adhere to a 1.5 times that landscaping standard for the landscape buffer along the north, and the staff recommended protective overlay includes that language in there as well. Lighting and parking would have to adhere to the code. No lighting facility can be over 15 feet tall within 200 feet of residential zoning, and parking would be based on the future use. So warehousing would have to comply with the warehouse standards. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but they would have to comply. Signage would be per the LI district. There's a review of those sign standards in your code. The surrounding context is a mixture of industrial and low density residential. To the north is SF5. One of the properties here in the larger area is a church, and there's a couple of the lots that are undeveloped. There's also SF5 with single family residential homes to the west. As I mentioned before, properties at the south are limited industrial. Some of them are undeveloped that are under common ownership with the applicant, but you can see the larger industrial zoning district with industrial and manufacturing and commercial uses in it. Across the street to the east is the northern portion of the airfield for Colonel James Jabbar Airport. And down here near 40th Street, a little bit farther away, is the WSU Tech location on the airport property as well. Staff is recommending a protective overlay that is discussed in detail in your staff report. Essentially, it's mirroring what is required or illustrated on the site plan, which is that 65-foot setback along the north and west property lines, the 1.5 times the standard landscape buffer along the north property line, prohibiting off-site or billboard signs on the property, and then the fourth one saying that the transfer of title goes on, so the protective overlay goes with the zoning, and any major changes to the development plan would have to be submitted to the commission. Essentially, they would have to amend the protective overlay to change any of those items. So overall, staff is recommending approval per that protective overlay. We have heard one comment in opposition to this request. I believe that gentleman is here to speak on it. It did go to the district advisory board on Monday, and my understanding is that they recommended approval of the staff recommended with the protective overlay. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Philip. Nice job. Any questions by the commission? Seeing none, we'll now ask the applicant agent to come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 10 minutes. And welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Joe Hayes, and I'm at 13029 Pinehurst Drive. And Philip, thank you for reviewing all that. I think you really went over all the major details. When I originally bought in Webb Road Industrial Park, I purchased land in there because it was a quality warehousing and industrial park district where most all the buildings are concrete versus the metal, and I like to be involved in quality projects. I bought the additional lot to the north because it allows us to do some nicer frontage along Webb Road, where we can open up the the front of the buildings to, some nice glass storefront type frontage. So I think it'll really enhance the area. There's some nice warehouses in that area. A lot of the more basic ones are further north, but we wanted to be in this spot because of the quality of the warehousing, and we wanted to continue that. So I'm good with all the setbacks. I think it's appropriate. I think it's good for the neighborhood. We employ well over 100 folks, and a lot of them live in the areas. So we want to be good neighbors. So with that in mind, I think Philip covered really everything. So I appreciate everybody's time.
All right, does the commission have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll now open up to the public. If there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on this case, please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Isn't it 3? So I thought.
David Mulhagen at 4341 North Cypress Drive, Wichita. I'm just outside of the notice area, but I also get a lot of notifications from Sun Air Estates. Our major concerns, or my major concerns after being over there for over 4 decades, is yes, we really like the landscaping, but there's some questions I have about the maintenance thereof. Now, with a lot of times when landscaping is put into a development, it doesn't have anything that makes sure that if a tree dies that is planted, it's going to get replanted. It's going to get maintained. It's going to be taken care of. So if a tree dies and all of a sudden it opens up and you're seeing all sorts of interesting things. The other part is in the staff, or in part of this, it was said that the west side had enough vegetation that it was not going to have any additional vegetation added to it. Now that west side is what opens up into this residential area as well. And again, my question is, if something dies in that area, is it going to be replaced as part of the landscaping? Okay, those are major questions on mine. Now, is per FAA requirements and notifications, yes, right now he can build 20-foot overall height. But as we have seen in other businesses that are further away from the residential, they have already gotten those approvals. So we're assuming, we have to assume as residents, that he will be able to get 30-foot height building. That's pretty high in relation to where the residents are right through here, okay, and being able to see. And so one of our requests is that it be limited to 20-foot overall, and that's it. He'd not be able to request for 30-foot overall. The other issues that I had asked for, and Philip had gotten back to me along with Sean, is safety concerns about people walking along Webb Road and with no sidewalks. And Philip said that this was not an area that would be addressed or should be addressed, but he did say, and Sean confirmed this, that they are in the process of working out the 2036 CIP. And once that is approved, they'll have a better idea on the timing on putting sidewalks in. And so with the sidewalks, with the height, and with the landscaping, those are the major 3 concerns that I do have, and I've got 10 seconds left.
It's David, correct?
Yes.
Could you show on the map using the cursor where your residence is? Over there, okay. And who's Sean? I missed that.
Sean Melius with City Public Works and Utilities.
Okay, that's Sean. Okay, thank you. I want to make sure. Any other questions for the speaker?
Because we do have a lot of people that walk up and down Webb Road, and so it's quite a concern.
Understood. Commissioner Mader.
I don't have so much as a question as some comments. You're worried about the landscaping. That is one of my real pet peeves, when landscaping is put in and not maintained. I believe you would file a complaint with the zoning inspector, and they would issue a citation for it to be replaced. So there is a mechanism.
Is that the way that it is handled? Because there's been some times where I've heard that even though complaints were given, nothing was able to be done because it was not part of the landscape. requirement that they replace anything that dies. And so I just wanted to make sure that that is in there.
And I assume it moves at the speed of government, so.
I'm not sure what quite speed that might be, but yeah, it's done on a complaint basis, Dave, so you would need to contact whoever might be here at that time to make the complaint.
Other than you?
Potentially other than me, but the inspectors will still be here. They will go out, they'll take the landscape plan, they'll investigate it, and then they'll issue notices. And hopefully we won't get to citations, because we get there, we're going to court. So now, depending on what time of year it is, so let's say the landscaping's dead and you call in the middle of winter, okay, we're gonna wait till spring to do it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Ryan Titsworth. I live at 9224 East 42nd Street North, Wichita, Kansas, 67226, and I live right here. I do object to the rezone. How much weight that carries, I do not know, and that is not for me to decide. I do respect Mr. Hayes choosing the site because it is quality. It's precisely the reason why we moved our two kids to that area. It's our little slice of country living inside city Wichita limits. The concerns that I have are, I'll echo what David said, maintaining the landscape. What type of landscape is it going to be? Will they be ornamental trees? Are they going to be hardy? How tall will they be? Wondering, it says a requirement of a 6-foot fence. Is that wooden? Is it chain link? Again, just what type is it? It says that lighting fixtures cannot exceed 15 feet. Does that include the post, or is that just where the lighting fixture is set on that post? And then once again, requirements for maintaining the landscape both on the north, the west, and along Webb Road where the parking is. Would just like to keep it looking nice. We plan to live in the area for quite a while, and we would hate to continue to look at a large unmaintained property. I believe that's all I have. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker? Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the applicant agent for rebuttal. You'll have up to 2 minutes to answer the concerns that speakers had.
Well, I would say I appreciate the concerns, and I wish I could show you my house and some other properties. I maintain them meticulously, and I wouldn't be doing this project if I wasn't going to do a project that was really the utmost quality that I would retain for a long time. And when I say when I talked about the quality, I meant, you know, that whole Webb Industrial Park. It's just a quality park, and I did, and I think that by me buying that second property, it actually, I think, will help protect the area overall, and to ensure that the quality of the structures going in there. So whether it be the lot we're talking about now or the other lot I had that adjoins that, you know, that could just as easily be a big metal building that would be a real eyesore for the neighborhoods. I think, I hope I can give you confidence that we're going to build a really quality structure, and we really want to get some nice exposure with the glass fronts out on Webb Road that will really enhance the neighborhood. So I don't know how I can assure you we'll maintain the properties, but I've done it in the past, and I think probably until as much as we can, we'll keep all the vegetation that's there if that works with the landscape plan, because there's some decent mature trees along that property line, which we should do everything we can to keep. So it's gonna be a quality project. So thank
Mr.
you.
Hayes, is your intent to use just natural vegetation on that west side and supplement it with additional vegetation, or are you going to do a solid screen?
I would think I think it'd be definitely, my feeling, it'd be best to keep whatever you can there that's not just scrub, and sometimes actually even the natural scrub looks good if it's deep enough. So I would try and keep as much as possible and supplement it so it's thick, because the thicker the better.
But it also needs to be thick enough that it adds to make it more of a full landscape. You'll have to
100% agree.
supplement, okay.
Yeah, it needs to be substantial.
Anyone else? Commissioner Warren.
Mr. Hayes, the question came up about height, and is that a concern? Is 20 foot good enough for you, or you looking at 30?
Yeah, the land there is fairly expensive, warehouse and industrial land, so it has to make economic sense. And there's a possibility that it could even be lower if there's alternate uses, especially along Webb Road. It may be more one-story type height for offices and then go up from there. But I can't really tell you whether we would exceed that 20-foot height or not at this point.
25, isn't it?
Or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, the
whatever.
airport hazard zone limits it to 25 feet, and then if they were able to exceed that per FAA determination, they would be capped at 35 feet, which is the maximum height allowed in single-family zoning to the north. So the 35-foot compatibility height would match what's allowable in the single-family zoning to the north.
Do any single-family homes in that area have to also get airport hazard zone approval to go to 35?
The answer to that question would be yes. I'd have to have an airport hazard permit once they exceed 25, even for single family.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wadle?
Sir, if we could, I was wondering if Philip could address the screening, because that's come up multiple times. There's screening and landscaping involved, and Philip, if you could just do a recap of whether solid screening would be needed.
So in addition to the landscaping discussion, a 6-foot solid screening fence is required. So the 6-foot fence would have to be solid screening. It could be wood, it could be masonry, essentially building materials. So both are at play here. To answer the questions about, and JR kind of alluded to this, if a tree is on a landscape plan and it dies, it has to be replaced. There's also a question about the lighting and whether or not 15 feet includes the base. It's the overall height of the entire structure, including the base. So it's not 15 feet pole on top of a 4-foot base or something. So from the ground up, it is capped at 15 feet.
All right. We are returned to the commission for action. Commissioner Bill Johnson.
I move to approve for staff comments, and I'm just going to make a comment about height. The amount of investment that's going to be in this project. If it needs to be taller, it needs to be taller. If it's too short, they won't lease it, and then it'll be vacant, and that's not a good sign. The only other comment is, I want to show him some metal buildings that are pretty nice looking.
Second. Easy now, easy. You're in that gray area, sir.
I second.
I already did.
We have a motion and a second by the Johnson brothers. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Next item.
Yes, hello, Brad Etherly, MAPD, for the record, and we're going to be discussing case zone 2026-00015. For this case, the applicant is requesting a zone change from SF5 single family to MF29 multifamily residential. Subject site is 0.11 acres in size and is currently developed with a triplex. The applicant is requesting a zone change to bring the property into conformance with the existing use. The MF29 district allows for multifamily development at a maximum of 29 dwelling units per acre. With the size of this site, that would allow for up to 3 dwelling units. Should the zone change request be approved, the development standards would change as demonstrated in the table in the report. As far as compatibility setbacks, the compatibility standards would really only apply to any building additions or future construction. As far as screening and landscaping goes, the subject site abuts and is across the street from residential zoning on all sides, so that would be required. Landscape buffers are required along all property lines where abutting SF5 zoning, which is, I believe, to the west, north, and south. As far as parking goes, it is set forth by the UZC, which requires 1.25 parking stalls per efficiency in 1-bedroom dwelling units and 1.75 per 2-bedroom or larger. Parking spaces are not permitted to be located within the front setback. As far as the surrounding context, you can see by the zoning map that the character of the neighborhood is low-density residential. Properties to the east and west are zoned SF5 and developed with single-family dwellings. Properties to the south are zoned SF5 and TF3 and are developed with single-family dwellings. And property to the north is zoned SF5 and is developed with multifamily. Little case history: in 1918, the site was platted as part of the Herbert C. Jones edition. In 2017, conditional use was granted for an accessory apartment, and there are no other zoning cases with this property. As far as public services go, the site has access to East 2nd Street North, which is a one-way arterial street with sidewalks on both sides, currently served by municipal water and sewer, and Wichita Transit does serve the site on East Central Avenue and on East Douglas Avenue. If we can go to the future growth map, the request is in conformance with the Community Investments Plan. The future growth map identifies the area to be appropriate for new residential, which is defined as areas of land that likely will be developed with uses predominantly found in the residential category. So multifamily use is appropriate there. As far as the locational guidelines go, it's in conformance under the heading of Development Pattern. Guideline 2A encourages infill development that maximizes public investment in existing and planned infrastructure and services. The requested zoning allows for an existing multifamily residential use to continue and is still subject to compatibility standards, screening, landscaping, and other site design features that ensure compatibility with adjacent residential uses. The requested zone change is in conformance with the Places for People Plan. Strategy 5 seeks to provide a diversity of housing options to attract new residents and allow existing residents to remain in the ECA. And Strategy 6 seeks to encourage infill and redevelopment that is contextual to the environment in which it is occurring. The applicant is requesting a zone change to bring an existing residential use into conformance. It is not in conformance with the 2025 College Hill Neighborhood Plan. The plan's future land use map identifies the site as appropriate for single and two-family residential uses. The requested MF29 zoning allows multifamily uses by right, and based on the size of the site, 3 dwelling units would be allowed. So therefore, MF29 is deemed an inappropriate zoning classification for this location. The locational guidelines in the College Hill Plan provide a list of most desirable land uses and least desirable land uses. The requested MF29 zoning does allow for a greater variety of residential uses, which is one of the most desirable land uses by right. And the proposed zone change would not introduce any least desirable land uses. If we can go to the site pics. This is looking northeast towards the site. Next. Looking northwest towards the site. Looking north at the site. Looking east away from the site. Looking west away from the site. Looking south away from the site. And that's it. So since the staff report has been written, we have had a couple of public comments in opposition to the requested zone change, and staff does recommend denial based on the golden factors, which is basically comes down to number 6, with the request not being in conformance with the College Hill neighborhood plan, as discussed in the staff report. So with that, I can stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, Brad. We'll now ask the applicant agent to come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kyle Calvin. My address is 2645 North Bayside Court, Wichita, Kansas, 67205. I think it'd probably be helpful just to start with, I used to live about a half a block from this house, lived there on Yale. I don't think you can show it. It's like right here. It's within I think the mailing area. So I know the property fairly well, although I don't know it too intimately. I bought it in 2023. At the time of buying it, I did not realize that the zoning was not appropriate. It just is something that we did not catch during diligence. We were buying quite a bit of property at that time and just didn't catch that. The property had that conditional use done in 2017. My suspicion is that after that or shortly after that, it was switched to a 3-family or a 3-unit instead of 2. It's a pretty easy swap, but I don't know the exact date it was switched from 2 to 3. But on the date that we bought it and how it was sold to us it was 3 units. I think just looking at it, it's been operated like this for years. The request for rezoning doesn't propose a new use compared to how it has been over the last few years. It doesn't change the structure and it doesn't increase the building footprint. And as he mentioned, it really is just limited to 3 units with the MF29 zoning. I think the DAB is an important note. The committee approved it, but only by a 2-0 vote. The reason it was only 2-0 is the other, I don't know the exact figure, like 10 or 11 people abstained. The stated reason was discomfort with denying the application. So there was obviously some hesitation by people that this shouldn't be denied. My speculation is they probably do believe it should be approved and didn't want to deny the staff's request or the committee person's argument, which was this is precedent. The committee person was very adamant that this would set a precedent. The MF29 is the way it will be in College Hill, and didn't want to, I think, disagree with that. That's my opinion, though. I do think there is precedent for more density in this College Hill area. If you look. The map looks very zoned in, the one you just showed, but there is MF29 on, not even on Douglas, but behind on off street on Victor. It would be 1 block over on Victor. There's MF29 there, but there's plenty of multifamily use all within College Hill. The neighborhood is not a uniform single-family enclave. It's packed full of multifamily. If there's one neighborhood in town that I would think this would go through because of the density and the walkability and the desirability for something like this, it's College Hill. I'd also add that, just because there's no precedent isn't recognized as a golden factor as well. I just want to confirm, everybody got the document I provided, correct? I'm a lot better writer than I am speaker, so I'd love for you guys to read what I say rather than hear me. I just want to touch real quick on a couple of the staff's findings. Finding number 1, the zoning use and character of the neighborhood. As I mentioned, it's not a single uniform block. It's an established walkable mixed density neighborhood with an established central area. More fundamentally, it's the property itself has contributed to the neighbor's character as a 3-unit for several years. It's not an introduction of something foreign or new. I do think, public welfare versus hardship is golden factor number 5. The staff correctly observed that approval would permit an existing use to continue, and that denial may represent a loss of economic opportunity for the applicant. That hardship is real. It's going to diminish the property value quite a bit. And that's not hypothetical. 3 units is worth a lot more, and that's a cost that I'll bear. On the inverse, there's no unnecessary capital expenditure just to continue its current use. And then obviously as he mentioned, there is restrictions in place to make sure that the compatibility stays active because of the landscape that will be required to be maintained under MF29 and the screening as well. The staff's finding was on golden factor number 6, and yeah.
You want to try?
Okay, sorry. No worries. I can get kind of windy, and I understand.
All right, we can continue.
All right. It's actually a good break. I just want to get to I'll wrap up here in just a minute. The staff's finding was all based on golden factor number 6, which was and specifically the College Hill plan. The other plans it was in agreement with the other plans, but they were referencing the College Hill plan. The College Hill plan is a lengthy, very, very detailed plan, and they're really focusing on that map and the proposed use, but that's a very narrow interpretation of the plan. I would argue very narrow. So the plan's goal is to preserve and maintain College Hill. This is state, I'm reading from it, is to expand and maintain College Hill's diverse housing types. They specifically say expand and maintain housing opportunities for a diverse range of residents and preserve neighborhood stability through land. Oh, sorry, wrong section. College Hill boasts a wide variety of housing options from large single-family homes to modest bungalows, tasteful duplexes, double houses, apartments, and accessory dwelling units. This mix of housing serves a diverse need for College Hill residents and contributes to the neighborhood's urban fabric and unique sense of place. Denial of that rezoning produces the opposite of what Strategy 3 in the College Hill plan is intended to direct. It contracts rather than expands or maintains housing diversity. The College Hill plan expressly identifies residential as its most desirable land use, and it doesn't distinguish between single family and multifamily. These people, the folks that put this together were very detailed. If they'd wanted to single out triplexes as something that was not favorable, they would have said so in the plan. So that therefore the plan supports MF29. Like I mentioned, residential doesn't. It appears without qualification. They value it. And then secondly, the plan separately lists least desirable land uses, and it's not listed as one of them. I would say the plan's multifamily residential land use category describes this property's surroundings almost exactly. The description for multifamily residential on page 63 says multifamily residential is predominantly intended for multiple dwelling units on one property or a greater density than those found in single and two family. Currently, multifamily buildings are interspersed throughout the neighborhood. That's in contradiction of the DAB findings that the two people had. And so anyway, it also references that triplexes are among the typical uses. It states that in the plan. So, for that reason, I would have to disagree with the finding that the plan doesn't support MF29, and in fact it does. I think with that, obviously, I'll stop there and just answer any questions for you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mader.
Do you know when this was converted? Obviously, it's before you've owned it. Was there a building permit taken out for the third apartment since it's zoned for 2?
No, I don't believe there was. And so that's another step that I'll have to take after this is I'll have to go through, I believe, and pull permits and have it all verified up. So.
Okay.
Commissioner Joe Johnson.
Wouldn't your same logic go that it didn't talk about quadruplexes either?
It didn't talk about what?
Quadruplexes. You said it didn't, the plan didn't talk about triplexes.
It specifically names triplexes.
Being allowed?
Well, there's a whole section on, it does specifically name triplexes in certain sections of the plan.
I thought you said it only, it was to be.
Yeah, it states in one section, the most favorable is residential, and it doesn't talk about any sort of layers of the residential. And then other areas, it talks about having the diverse set of housing we have being duplexes, triplexes, and apartments. So it's 2 different sections I was referencing. I can try again to explain that. I'm sorry if I stumbled on that. It has a category where it says most desirable, and it just says residential, and it lists some of those. And then in a different section, it talks about how triplexes are, and apartments and others are, and accessory dwelling units are very helpful or something they're sought after.
Staff agree. Do you know the plan well enough to confirm that?
Well, so in the plan does talk about preserving the housing stock, the character of the neighborhood. Those are walkability. Those are overall goals. Where the plan gets into land use is that there's a future land use guide, as is common in neighborhood plans. In this one, and if we could, can we, for the folks in the back, Mohammed or Taiben, can we go to the map from the future land use guide in the neighborhood plan? Thank you very much. So when developing the plan, you'll see that there's a large category, yellow. It shows single family and 2-family residential. So that envisions, and there's definitions for each of these categories that are included in the plan. Obviously, those aren't on the screen, but my recollection is that single and 2-family obviously talks to single family and duplexes. But then you get into multifamily residential, and this is where triplexes, 4plexes, and et cetera are identified or envisioned. So triplexes fall under the multifamily residential category.
What color?
So that would be that orange color, almost orange, almost brown.
Amber or something.
Sure.
Commissioner Williams Bay.
Has any notice of a violation been issued since you own the property?
Yeah, that's how this arose. That's how yeah.
Complaint was filed that you were out of compliance.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that. I just got the letter from it. I'm just speculating someone filed a complaint. Yeah, I don't know the exact reason where the city inspector got involved. Yeah, it could have been an upset tenant. I do property management. We manage roughly 1,800 units around town. Sometimes tenants that are upset. Sometimes I am in agreement with them. Sometimes it's unreasonable. But sometimes they call MABCD and stuff like this comes up.
Anyone else from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Stand by.
Thank you all.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this case? You know the drill, Jack.
Jack Patton, resident 337 South Rutan, Wichita, Kansas, board member for College Hill Neighborhood Association. We don't have any issue with people adding to the College Hill collective there. I do have an issue with operating while in violation. I generally speak on behalf of ADUs and garages and expansions of homes and everything. And at first glance, this did appear just to be a simple paperwork issue. But based on the information that has been gathered and has raised many questions, issues that, more questions and issues than answers. It's at the point that we're not even sure that if the dwelling qualifies for the zone that they have, much less going to a triplex. There appears to be, well, one is another problem with the city with enforcing and verification of sites, and based on such, we, on this particular property, with there's so many issues with it, that many residents have asked me to request planning that on this property and others, maybe a flag based on this to see a little more oversight to make sure that it is being done properly and correctly. Let's see. We are, as a board, requesting denial of this, and part of the reasons being the parking issue, the upkeep of the property with trash, the noise, the sewer question, that the condemnation of the property, the easement, not the easement, but the egress, the basement exit, safety issue there, and as stated, numerous and varied permit issues that have not been answered. To the point that because the lack of city enforcement or oversight on stuff like this, I guess there's been 2 or 3 requests made to the fire marshal to have them come and look and make an evaluation on whether it is livable in that basement or not, and whether there should be more than a single unit, much less a duplex. So we formally asked for a overview on that, but I'm old school.
That's your time, sir.
Okay, but income and not zoning, knowing the zones, ignorance is not the answer,
Thank you.
or no excuse.
Next speaker. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jesse Greenleaf, 248 North Clifton, College Hill. I'm here representing the residents of College Hill. We formally ask you to deny rezoning of 3612 East 2nd from single family to multifamily, AKA illegal triplex. This isn't about change in use. It's about rewarding a history of non-compliance. While the agenda refers to this triplex, that's a misnomer. This is a single family home that has been illegally partitioned despite city stop orders. Work proceeded without permits, resulting in documented basement that was condemned with violations and sewer backup. The city has allowed 3 units to be rented here for several years without proper inspection. Approving the rezoning doesn't fix a problem. It validates a violation of our city's own enforcement standards. The physical reality of this lot cannot support multifamily density. The rear parking is only 22 feet long or wide. That only allows 2 cars and violates the city parking code. Because of this, the overflow onto 2nd Street, a one-way road, has become a safety crisis, with residents and some having disability who regularly have their driveways blocked. Tenants park against the flow of traffic in bike lanes, abandoned broken down vehicles, some untagged on the street, for cyclists into impeding traffic, and even get in the way of snow routes. With College Hill Elementary there, the parked cars create dangerous blind spots, children crossing 2nd Street before and after school. Police have been contacted multiple times regarding the illegal parking. College Hill is designed as a historic character. The property has become a point of blight under the current unpermitted occupancy. Landscaping is neglected, out of compliance with the College Hill overlay, and the city requirements for landscaping and screening is out of code. Our homes have historic single-pane windows built in the early 1900s. They don't filter sound. Constant 2 a.m. porch parties, noise disturbance that include the use of cussing, F-bombs have stripped away the quiet enjoyment of our homes and small children. Cameras have picked up documented correlation between the occupancy of this site increased late night suspicious activity, including drugs, vehicle break-ins, car theft. We acknowledge that will the city acknowledge the negative impact of the property owners' values of these 7 people, of the 7 people that are basically closest to the location? Rewarding illegal conversion sets a dangerous precedent for all Wichita. If homeowners can ignore code, ignore stop orders, and then be granted a zoning change to fix their violation, then our zoning laws mean nothing. Let's not let a negligent landlord who illegally converted a single-family home into a rental for profit and hold him accountable with city enforcement. And I will say one last thing. I was at the District 1 meeting. I presented this. This trash still sits in front of that property as of this morning, and the owner said that he drives by there all the time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker? Seeing none, we'll bring the applicant back up for rebuttal. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Up to 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I just will note on a few of these. MABCD has made it clear to me that I'll have to go through the permitting process and make sure it's all on the up and up when it comes to that. Just speaking about the unit itself, I've seen thousands of units. This unit, I would say, is a Class B. I would live there. I'm very, very happy with this property. It's very nice. But happy to walk through any of those properties or even provide photos if you want of the units. They're in good shape. I'm happy to answer any of those questions that the College Hill president had. I haven't heard from him, but my number and name is on the form. He's happy to contact me. Just when it goes to parking, that whole 2nd Street there's parking on one side, and there's ample. And then it's not in strict conformance of allowing 3 parking spots in the back, but there's 3 spots that are just marked for parking, and that's what the tenants do. Each unit gets its own parking spot. And I've seen all 3 cars been parking back there at times. So I would also mention that the parking won't change if the zoning is denied. What will happen, and this wasn't talked about, I should have mentioned it earlier, but all the rentable space will stay the same. What we'll end up doing is reconfiguring the doorway, and then it'll just be a 3-bedroom, 2-bath instead of a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. So it'll just be combined together. Just running that by. So like these tenant complaints, these parking complaints, I don't really feel like they go away by the zoning change. And then as far as the egress goes, we did install window light basement egresses, and I think I have 20 seconds left, so I'll just mention, I know a lot of these neighbors. I kind of expected a lot more opposition to this. Being College Hill is a very vocal neighborhood when it comes to things like these. I guess I was thankful there wasn't any more, and I know a lot of these neighbors, and I know they'd be here if they were in opposition.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We'll bring it back to the commission. For staff, currently this is SF5 with a conditional use apartment, correct?
That is my understanding.
And so with that, there's enough parking on site for that?
It would appear to be the case,
Okay.
yes.
But with a triplex, it would increase the number of parking requirement at the MF29?
Correct.
And would there be enough parking on site?
I don't have the information to
I mean,
know
we hear what
that.
the-
It's
we hear what the applicant
potentially
is saying,
not.
but-
Potentially not.
Potentially not, okay. And the staff didn't show recommended conditions for alternative findings. Would that just be the MF29 zoning would suffice? And those restrictions?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay.
The alternative would be to just adopt
Just the MF29?
alternative findings, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the staff recommendation to deny this. And if I get a second, I have some discussion I'd like to provide.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I think we heard there wasn't much opposition. The College Hood Neighborhood Association, which represents the College Hood neighborhood, opposed it. So I guess that would mean to me personally, a majority of the neighborhood. So I'm going to have to, in respect to the College Hill Neighborhood Association, the College Hill Neighborhood Plan, is why I propose we deny this.
Okay, so we've had a motion by Commissioner Mader with a second by Commissioner Williams-Bay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Is that one nay? Just Commissioner Warren? So motion passes 7-1. Next item.
Good afternoon again, Philip Ziebenbergen for the record. This is item 413, which is zone case 2026-16. It's a request to rezone a property zoned currently single-family residential to GC General Commercial. It's located essentially adjacent to 5961 South Seneca Street. Right now, the property is one site. You actually heard the Waterboy edition earlier in this meeting, which might have been yesterday, which would subdivide this site into 4 lots. The site in question for the zone change is what would be Lot 2 of the Waterboy edition outlined in the green. The property that has the address is the single-family home, which would be Lot 1, and then you had Lot 3 and Lot 4 as they proceed to the west with a access easement that would provide access to all the lots from South Seneca. The applicant is requesting the zone change to general commercial for commercial uses upon or after the publication of the staff report. The applicant contacted staff to understand our recommendation and provided some additional information regarding their request that was not immediately present in the application itself. They described that the applicant is looking to have a business that sells and maintains water softeners. Looking into the zoning code, that comes under the use category of construction, sales, and service, which is actually most suitable in the GC General Commercial District. That use is allowed in limited commercial, but the supplemental use regulations limit construction, sales, and service in limited commercial to a retail type facility and not like a business service. So they would need general commercial in order to support their request. So staff's recommendation is denial of general commercial with approval of limited commercial. This was based on, keep it on the zoning map here, there is limited industrial to the south with some limited commercial in the area. You do have general commercial in pockets and an office warehouse. Though limited industrial is to the south, that is, and even general commercial, at least in this area of South Seneca, are not the norm. Limited commercial is more prevalent and would be a buffer zone, a better buffer zone between the limited industrial and the single family development to the north. Staff then learned about the request to have it for a construction, sales, and service type business in general commercial. General overview of the staff report: if it were to be approved, compatibility standards would apply. Screening and landscaping per the zoning code and the Wichita Landscape Code would apply. Parking would have to be per the code for whatever use that they're looking to do. And in general, the surrounding context, though some of these on the east side are zone limited commercial, they are developed with single family homes. The properties that are LI and GC are developed with commercial uses with similar construction, sales, and service type uses for business services, or so they appear when you drive by them. There have been no public opposition. The community investments plan shows that it's in partial conformance, and that's why staff recommended limited commercial as a more appropriate commercial zoning district than general commercial. And it is in the South Wichita-Hayesville area plan. It's not in conformance. That shows it for residential low density. However, the community investments plan is a more modern plan than and was approved later after the South Wichita-Hayesville plan. So we're still kind of more in partial conformance with the land use. Overall, again, the staff recommendation is denial of general commercial, but approval of limited commercial. I want to talk a little bit about DAB 4. It happened on Monday, May 4th. The information for what the applicant is intending to do on the site was available and discussed at the District Advisory Board. The recommendation of the District Advisory Board was to approve general commercial with a protective overlay that limited the uses to limited commercial except for construction, sales, and service as allowed in general commercial. So it gives them what they need, but then restricts everything else to limited commercial. So you have several options here. Of course, you have the staff recommendation, which is denial. I think it'd be worth considering what the DAB recommendation was with the protective overlay. Of course, you could make alternate findings and approve straight up general commercial with no PO. Again, have not heard any public comment against this. There was no public comment at DAB, and I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Philip. Commissioner Dool.
Yes, so you're saying that limited commercial would not allow them to do what they are proposing to do?
That is
You have
correct.
to have limited commercial with an exception.
They would need their use classification as it's defined in general commercial. So limited commercial would not allow them to do what they're wanting to do.
But the DAB proposal would.
Correct. It allows the one use in general commercial and everything else is limited to limited commercial.
And to your understanding, is the applicant had agreed with that?
Yes, essentially we had a discussion between staff and the applicant as to how that could be accomplished for consideration by the different bodies hearing the case. So yes, they are in agreement with it.
Cool. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Philip. We'll ask the applicant agent to come forward and give us your name and address for the record, and you know the drill.
Good afternoon, Dan Garber, Garber Surveying, 544 West Douglas, agent for the applicant. And we are in agreement with the DAB proposal to zone 2 general commercial with the protective overlay. And so I would stand for any questions.
I'm not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to comment on this case? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and action. With that, and I will make the motion to mimic the DAB recommendation with the GC with the protective overlay. I don't know that I have it all correct, but
Yeah,
per
per
the
the
DAB
DAB, which the
recommendation.
protective overlay limited to limited commercial except for construction, sales, and service.
what he said.
I second that.
We have a motion by Fry and a second by Bill Johnson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Next case. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here and your patience.
Okay, for time's sake, 'cause I think we have a commissioner who needs to get going. Last case, Zone 2618 is a zone change request in the city located at 11407 West 21st Street North. Is a request of zone change from single family to MF 18 for multifamily development. The understanding is that they would scrape the single family home on the site and develop multifamily on the site. MF 18 would allow for 17.4 dwelling units an acre on the property. The development standard changes are outlined in your staff report. As we've heard multiple times, this meeting compatibility standards of 25-foot compatibility setbacks and 35-foot compatibility height standards would apply. Screening and landscaping are required per the Wichita zoning code and the landscape code. That's a 6-foot screening fence on all sides of the property and a landscape street yard with parking lot screening on 21st Street in addition to landscape buffers on the west, south, and east sides. Parking for multifamily is 1.25 for single bedroom or efficiency units and 1.75 parking spaces per 2-bedroom units or larger. Their density on this site would effectively be limited to setbacks, the area for parking, and compatibility. They essentially would have to fit all of that on the site, and that would limit their ability to develop the number of units within the MF 18. Technically, MF 18 will allow up to 14 dwelling units an acre, but I think realistically, when you factor in all the development standards, you're not going to get 14 dwelling units an acre on the site. The surrounding context is all zoned single family. The properties to the west, south, and east are single family homes, except for the drainage ditch that separates them. Property to the north is a drainage reserve. There's a church, and there's an active farm to the northeast. It is unplatted. Platting is required prior to development. The site is already served by public utilities. The comprehensive plan identifies it for residential, which allows for multifamily. Staff finds it in conformance with that related to the locational guidelines. The infrastructure is there to support infill development like this, as opposed to putting pressure on the outside for new services to be extended. Also, there's a compatibility guideline that says that neighborhood serving retail, office uses, and high-density residential uses can be appropriate along arterial streets, on small infill sites near residential uses, or through the conversion of residential structures if appropriate site design features and that limit traffic, noise, lighting, and adverse impacts surrounding residential are provided and the scale of the development is appropriate to the context. This site is less than an acre in size and on an arterial street with no access to the neighborhood. All traffic would be in and out of 21st Street North, which is a 5-lane paved arterial with sidewalks on both sides. So staff feels that with that compatibility guideline in this staff report, it is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Staff is recommending approval. There have been some public comment against this. DAB 5 heard this and recommended approval. I don't remember what the vote count was. It was a split vote. It was not unanimous. I was not presenting, but it was a recommendation for approval, and I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Philip. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now ask the applicant agent to come forward.
Good afternoon, Thomas Joyce with Bothman Company, agent for the applicant. Our address is 315 South Ellis in Wichita, 67211. Again, to be brief for the sake of time, Philip did a great job. We are in agreement with staff on their recommendations and their requirements as far as screening, landscape, parking, setbacks. We agree with that. And just to kind of highlight, again, Philip mentioned the size of this area or this particular lot. That's going to be kind of the governing factor on, it's not going to be this massive apartment complex just due to the size. We're looking at smaller 2 and 3 family units on the lot with the appropriate parking and the appropriate setbacks and screening and landscaping. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant agent? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We'll now open up to the public. If there's anyone from the public here remaining that would like to comment on this case. You've stuck around this long, sir. Yeah. Just name and address for the record, please.
Okay, I'm Philip Lewis. We reside at 2152 North Covington Court. We are this property right here, and we have lived there since 1997. We'll be there 30 years next year. So during that time, that property that's there existing was used as assisted living, I believe, and we've seen ambulance over there. We've seen several times. We've seen the police over there. We've seen sometimes a lot of hollering and screaming, and it is now vacant. So when this came up for the zoning change, we were concerned about what it was going to do to the neighborhood, whether they keep the building or put up a new one, multi-family. I'm sure, that's the whole idea, is put up something that can generate income off. I was concerned it wouldn't degrade the neighborhood. If there was a lot of parking, where would the overflow cars go? While we belong to an HOA that maintains that waterway, would there be an increase of more maintenance because of that new development? And so that was my main concern. Also, my neighbor, Jeff, was concerning about that, Jeff Hamer. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the, oh wait, you do get opportunity for rebuttal. Sorry, Thomas.
I appreciate the effort to rush out of here. However, just to kind of recap, I think I heard two main concerns about parking and about maintenance of the waterway. I'll kind of work backwards first with that waterway. So as mentioned in the staff report, this is an unplatted tract. So with our proposed development, if approved, we would have to go through the platting process, and we would have to submit a drainage plan that would then be reviewed and if in compliance and meets all the engineering requirements, approved by the city stormwater department. So we would make sure that the drainage way is taken care of appropriately. We're not adding extra unnecessary stormwater runoff or anything like that. The other concern that I heard was parking. Again, as we had said, parking would need to be provided on site, and that 21st is busy and growth is going on and on. So we're going to keep everything on site there for the parking. So with that, be happy to answer any of the questions.
Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion, action. Commissioner Mader.
I move we approve as submitted.
We have a motion and a second, second by Mader, or motion by Mader, second by Warren. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. That concludes our cases and our meeting. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.